this on Zoom, but since she's not here in person as council president, I'm going to be running the meeting. Thank you for joining us in this hybrid meeting environment. Anyone wishing to access the meeting can do so by watching the live stream available on our website, the broadcast on Comcast Channel 21, or by following the instructions listed for this meeting on the public webcasts and meeting materials webpage. There are 2 public hearings and a public forum on tonight's agenda. Please note that members of the public who sign up to testify may speak to a public hearing only on the topic that is the subject of that stated hearing. For those wishing to testify during either of the public hearings or the public forum, please fill out a request to speak form available on the city's public webcast and meeting materials webpage if you haven't already done so. The request to speak forms will be used to generate the order of speakers and correctly enter the speakers' names into the public record. And there's, for those of you here, there are forms outside. We'll accept requests to speak forms until 5:35 p.m. For those joining the meeting by phone that wish to provide testimony and are unable to complete the request to speak form online, press *9 and the last 3 digits of your phone number will be added to the speaker's queue. As a reminder, the council meeting rules of conduct include no flags, signs, loud or disruptive language, noise, or conduct that obstructs the business of the council. And I'll add those who are here to speak. Please keep the room quiet and respectful for all the speakers. You are welcome to wave your hands in silent support. Additionally, we encourage those that are ill or who have close contact with others that are ill to join our meetings remotely rather than in person. We also encourage attendees to spread out within the meeting space. There's not much room to spread out. I'm sorry for that. Within the meeting space to allow 6 feet distance from others and wear a mask if you would be more comfortable doing so. We have some available at the back of the room if you need one. Ceremonial matters. Mayor Venice has asked me to read the following proclamations on her behalf. The first proclamation is Transgender Days of Visibility. Whereas on March 31st, 2021, President Joe Biden signed a presidential declaration proclaiming March 31st as Transgender Day of Visibility in the United States, and whereas March 31st is a day to honor and celebrate the achievements and resiliency of transgender and gender diverse people and acknowledge their determination to live openly and authentically, and whereas transgender people still face systemic barriers to freedom and equality, including high rates of violence, harassment, and discrimination in employment, housing, healthcare, and public accommodations. And whereas the crisis of violence against transgender women, especially transgender women of color, is a stain on the nation's conscience. And whereas the City Council of Eugene has a vision of a community that is welcoming and safe for everyone. And that is in Resolution 5174, passed in 2016, including transgender and gender diverse people. And whereas the City of Eugene has the highest rank in the Municipal Equality Index, which measures how supportive an organization is of its transgender employees. And whereas although we have updated our policies, we still need to improve our practices in every department and team so every transgender person can experience a sense of belonging in our workspaces and in the community. And whereas the City of Eugene has adopted policies to prevent discrimination against the transgender community, and whereas Eugene Police prioritizes investigating bias crimes, which include those committed against transgender individuals, and whereas we are fortunate to have a transponder, a local transgender founded and led nonprofit in our city, and we benefit from the positive impact of the work they provide for our community. And whereas whether or not one is a transgender person, family member, or ally, Transponder offers support, education, and connection to all available resources. And whereas we recognize the bravery of all City of Eugene employees and community members who decide to live their lives without hiding their most authentic self. And whereas March 31st is an opportunity to acknowledge all work and progress made while still recognizing there is much work to be done before transgender people will have the same access, rights, and safety others enjoy. And now, therefore, I, Lucy Venice, Mayor of the City of Eugene, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2023 to be Transgender Day of Visibility. In Eugene, Oregon, and encourage all people to work together in the coming year to achieve greater progress in respecting, protecting, and welcoming transgender people in our community. Proclamation 2, International Day to Eliminate Racism. Whereas in 1966, the General Assembly of the United Nations designated March 21st as the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination to mark the day when 69 anti-apartheid peaceful protesters were killed by police in Sharpeville, South Africa on March 21st, 1960. The United Nations proclaimed this annual observance to call on the international community to redouble its efforts to eliminate all forms of racial discrimination. Since then, the apartheid system in South Africa has been dismantled. Racist laws and practices have been abolished in many countries, and the United Nations has built an international framework for fighting racism, guided by the International Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. And whereas on the International Day of Elimination of Racial Discrimination, all are encouraged to celebrate the diversity of our culture and our heritage, to learn how racism is embedded in our way of life, and to learn how we can all make changes to create a community that is inclusive and safe for all. And whereas against the alarming rise of xenophobia, racism, intolerance, the United Nations Human Rights Office has launched a Fight Racism campaign to foster a global culture of tolerance, equality, and anti-discrimination. It is critical to support those working together to promote inclusivity, diversity, equity, and belonging for all people. We are committed to working with local multicultural community members and organizations to identify, understand, and support what we can do to discourage discrimination and build a more inclusive community. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Lucy Venice, Mayor of the City of Eugene, Oregon, do hereby proclaim March 21st, 2023 to be International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination in Eugene, and to encourage all community members to join in tackling the elimination of racism and racial discrimination locally, nationally, and globally. Join the movement and act to hashtag fight racism. Every day, each one of us can stand up against racial prejudice and intolerant attitudes. Okay, last proclamation, International Women's Day. Whereas International Women's Day, IWD, is officially recognized by the United Nations in 1977, and it is an annual celebration and recognition of the emergence of labor movements and women's rights at the turn of the 20th century in North America and across Europe. And whereas this is a time to celebrate the collective power of women and girls, past, present, and future, we also celebrate the progress made and progress we have yet to achieve to press for continued advancement and to honor acts of courage and determination by ordinary women and girls who have played an extraordinary role in the history of their countries and communities. And whereas women and girls continue to struggle against discrimination, whether it is a barrier to education, a pay gap at work, higher premiums for health insurance, inadequate options for family leave, or physical or sexual abuse or violence. And whereas the 2023 IWD hashtag Embrace Equity campaign theme seeks to get the world talking about why equal opportunities are no longer enough and can be exclusionary rather than inclusive. The hashtag Embrace Equity theme seeks to help forge worldwide conversation about the important issue of equity in comparison to equality and its impact on women's advancement. Now, therefore, on behalf of I, Lucy Venice, Mayor of the City of Eugene, Oregon, do hereby proclaim March 8, 2023 to be International Women's Day in Eugene, and encourage all community members to embrace equity and stand in solidarity with women and girls in our nation and all around the globe who face discrimination based on their based on their gender, especially when it is compounded with systemic barriers such as racism and xenophobia. Okay, with that, we'll move on to committee reports and items of interest from council. I'm not seeing any.
Not everybody at once.
Yeah, we'll keep moving. Okay, we're now ready for, excuse me.
Councilor Zelenka had.
Okay, Councilor Zelenka.
I can't see his hand.
I can't either. And you're muted. Still muted.
All right, I got permission to be unmuted. Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to point something out that was interesting in the Register Guard today. It was an article about the record profits that the Saudi Arabian oil company made $161 billion this last year, and on top of that, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, Shell, and Exxon together made in excess of $1 trillion in profits this year. And if you were wondering why there's high inflation and why your gas prices are so high, this might be the answer. In fact, I think it is the answer. Those record profits by all those oil companies are being had by all those companies, and that money is coming directly out of your pockets and my pockets. That is part of the bigger picture of what's going on in the energy sphere in terms of, and also in the inflation around the country and around the world, by the way. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Zelenka. Anyone else? Okay, that looks like we're good. Okay, we're going to move on to consent calendar. And I'm not seeing Councilor Keating here or on the virtual. Oh, he is on. Okay. Councilor Keating, are you prepared to make a motion?
Yeah, he's ready.
Is anyone else prepared to make a motion?
Move. We pass the items on the consent calendar.
Yeah, Counselor, we have to, for some reason, get permission to unmute.
Okay, sorry about that, Councilor Keating. We already have a motion on the floor.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor of passing consent calendar? Opposed? Looks unanimous to me. Okay, let's move on to the first public hearing, and that is an ordinance concerning rental housing, amending sections 8.405, 8.415, 8.425, and 8.440 of the Eugene Code 1971, and adding sections 8.437 and 8.445 to that code. I now open a public hearing on an ordinance concerning rental housing, amending the sections just read. And what do we have for a queue?
We have 96 people signed up for the public hearing for this topic.
Okay, we, as chairing this meeting, I'm going to cut testimony down to 2 minutes for this, the second hearing, and the public forum, so we can try to get through this tonight.
Councilor Groves.
Yes. Oh, City Attorney, did I take a misstep already?
Allow an opportunity for folks to announce any potential conflicts of interest. That would be perfect.
Wasn't in the script. Okay, are there any conflicts of interest among council members?
Councilor Groves.
Okay.
I own 2 rental units in the city of Eugene. Therefore, pursuant to ORS 244.120, I'm declaring a potential conflict of interest with regards to phase 2 renter protections, because portions of the relocation assistance proposed as part of the phase 2 package could result in financial detriment to me as a landlord if a triggering event occurs that entitles my tenants to relocation assistance. Because I only have potential conflict of interest, I've been advised by city attorney that I'm allowed to fully participate in the discussions and action on this ordinance.
Thank you, Councilor Leach. Anyone else? I'm not.
I'm trying to unmute, Counselor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Keating.
Second. Similarly, I just, because conflicts of interest are real or perceived, I want to state for the record, as Councilor Leach did, that I rent a dwelling unit in the city of Eugene. Therefore, pursuant to ORS 244.120, I'm declaring a potential conflict of interest with regards to the phase 2 renter protections, because some of the pieces of the proposed ordinance, such as the proposed relocation assistance and the proposed limits on security deposits, could financially benefit me if a relocation assistance triggering event occurs, or if I enter into a new lease that requires a security deposit. Because I only have a potential conflict of interest, I've been advised by the city attorney that I'm allowed to fully participate in the discussions and action on this ordinance.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilor Keith. Anyone else? Okay, I think we are done now. So staff, if you would take it away on starting the testimony, please.
If you have signed up to speak via Zoom, please take this time to ensure that your screen name in Zoom includes your last name and matches the name you used to sign up to speak. I will announce 2 speakers' names at a time. If you are providing testimony via Zoom and you are the next speaker, I will promote you to panelist status. When it is your turn to speak, you can unmute and turn on your camera if you wish. If you are announced as the next speaker and physically in the room, please move to the seat in the front row designated for the next speaker. When it is your turn, you may come to the podium. When you are called to speak, please state your name clearly and, for Eugene residents, your ward or neighborhood, if known, before beginning your comments. You will have 2 minutes to speak. If you are watching the meeting, the timer should be visible. A yellow light will come on when you have 15 seconds to complete your comments. The red light indicates the end of the 2 minutes. For those who have connected to the meeting via phone and don't have the benefit of seeing the timer, please be aware that your microphone will be muted at the 2-minute mark.
Excuse me, before we start that, City Manager, did you have anything to add?
I can just give a description of what we're doing tonight.
That would be appreciated.
Right, thanks. I didn't want to cut you off again. So tonight's public hearing is based on council direction that we received actually as far back as March. I think in early March, we started talking about renter protections, and you gave direction to us to come back with 3 phases. The second phase, we had a work session about in October, and that's what tonight's public hearing is about. It's an opportunity to hear from the public on that. The phase 2 protections and the draft ordinance limits security deposits, requires landlords to process applications in the order received, and requires that landlords provide tenants with relocation assistance under certain circumstances. Relocation assistance was formerly referred to as displacement prevention assistance if people are looking for that. Additionally, the draft ordinance provides for a small landlord compensation fund and language requiring eviction data reporting by landlords. There's not an action date for these items yet, and after tonight's public hearing, we can have a conversation about whether we follow with another work session.
Thank you, City Manager. Okay, now we're ready to begin.
Finish or your announcement. And another quick note, if you're in the room and have completed your testimony, and if you're able, please exit to the lobby to allow room for others to enter the room to testify. And please note that screen sharing or displaying information on the screen is not allowed, and any misuse of the platform or violation of the council's code of conduct will result in immediate termination of speaking privilege. Our first speaker is Sarah Wenner, followed by Daniel Patrick Isaacson. Sarah, I'm not seeing you as an attendee in Zoom, so I'm going to check back on that, and we will have Daniel Patrick Isaacson speak first, followed by Dusty Wolf.
Good evening, Council. Sound public policy balances fairness and equitable access to both justice and services. For the most part, it's not the government's job to pick winners and losers in the market, and the rental market is no different. However, the events of the last decade warrant action by this council. A free market, laissez-faire approach ideally rewards landlords for being competitive in their rents, options, suitability, and relationship with tenants, and punishes those who provide dilapidated housing, abusive relationships, and exorbitant rent. However, that's not what is being occurring in our community. Double-digit rent hikes, no-cause evictions, serious and hazardous living conditions, and with next to no consequences, and documented retribution for speaking out has created a one-sided power imbalance that affords them omnipotent power over their tenants. Of all of these, no-cause evictions is the most egregious. Tenants are required to sign a lease, a contract, the breaking of which from the tenant is met with significant cost, often thousands of dollars. It is meant as a means to ensure the landlord is adequately compensated, and yet If the landlord breaks their contract, there are not the same penalties that apply. In its wake lies families scrambling to put together the heavy, unexpected financial burden that comes with finding a new home. If you want a data point in our homelessness crisis, you're listening to it right now. It's been said, show me your budget and policies and I'll show you your values. I don't believe in a system that is unintentionally yet still heavily weighted to favor landlords at the expense of working families to be our values. I don't believe allowing a system to punish folks for loudly speaking up about safety and health violations to be our values. I don't believe asking for our seniors to unexpectedly pay $1,000 more a month in rent on a fixed income and then watching an 82-year-old try to navigate moving their life and evict them from their only and likely last community to be our values. If we were under a natural disaster, as we were 3 years ago, and a business would charge $300 for a case of water, government would step in, declare it a price gouging, and stop it. Our housing is no less of a threat, but unfortunately slips between the cracks of oversight, the curse of an exponential growth of an existential threat. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Next, we will hear from Dusty Wolf, followed by Rebecca Bradvika. Dusty, go ahead and unmute.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I live in Eugene between downtown and the Whitaker. I live alone, but I also live with several disabling conditions, including a genetic neurological disorder that causes chronic pain, insomnia, and digestive issues. They all have me in and out of hospitals and doctor's offices on a regular basis and unable to work or focus much on anything else aside from advocating for my health. None of it is curable and all of it is pretty distressing, as you can imagine, but nothing is as distressing or disabling as the constant anxiety and depression I live with due to a constant state of instability and insecurity in getting my basic needs met. In 2020, I became homeless during the pandemic. By grace or luck, I managed to get Section 8 housing assistance rather quickly. Then, exactly 11 months later, I learned about the existence of the quote-unquote no-cause termination law the hard way. What followed was a panicked search for housing again in the midst of a severe episode of PTSD, something consistent therapy still has not fully resolved. The process of searching for housing with Section 8 and disability is unbelievably demoralizing, no matter how professional your approach, no matter how clean your record. And that doesn't even touch on the difficulty of finding affordable housing that meets both my disability needs and the strict, perplexing restrictions and requirements of the voucher. And there isn't anyone to help me with the search either, not landlords, not Homes for Good, not even the various well-meaning tenants' rights orgs out there, but DPA would help. I have good reason to suspect that my lease termination was absolutely for cause. But regardless of whether my suspicions are true, my apartment was listed shortly after I signed their coercive termination agreement, the only way I could buy more time, for $100 a month more than they were currently charging me. This is a move made possible by the quote-unquote no-cause loophole, a move driven at the very least by abject greed and indifference to whether I went back to being homeless or not. And they couldn't even be bothered to respond in a timely manner to requests for a positive reference by new prospective landlords. I did nothing wrong. Why am I not entitled to a timely positive reference? Let's face it, the no-cause termination law is a farce because there's always a cause, whether it's something the tenant said or did, or so-called land, quote-unquote, lords treating the safety and security of human lives like a stock market. But since it's here to stay for now, at least this bill will put the financial consequences of using this loophole exactly where they belong, in the hands of those who profit from turning what should be a human right into an investment.
Thank you, Dusty. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Rebecca Bradvika, followed by Dylan Plummer.
Good evening, councilors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My husband and I have lived in Eugene for many years. I've lived in Eugene most of my life. I've seen it grow from a town of 40,000 people to where we are today. And I'm sure you're all aware, well aware of the factors that have changed economics in this town. We, in 1984, bought our first home, and in 1999, we became what I'll call accidental landlords. And because we'd been renters ourselves for many years, we didn't want to do the things that we'd experienced from landlords. And so we tried some more enlightened approaches toward being landlords. And we finally needed to sell our extra house last May and had to pull the trigger, do an eviction for my brother. And because we were aware of his financial situation, we knew we weren't creating a circumstance. And in exploring what our options in that were, we understood that if we had a lease that was under a year, that we could do a no cause eviction with 30 days notice, and that because it was after a year, it was a 90-day notice. And to us, we felt like that was really backwards, because if you've lived in a place a shorter amount of time, the financial effect would be that much more dramatic for the tenant. So I very heartily, as having been a landlord, support giving some kind of compensation to tenants when we need to evict them. So please, I hope that you'll support that.
No one isn't promoting. Thank you, Rebecca. Next, we will hear from Dylan Plummer, followed by Ali Sayre. Dylan, give me just a moment to promote you. Oh, okay. Dylan, go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. All right, just one second. Mayor Vinnis and members of the Eugene City Council, my name is Dylan Plummer and I'm a resident of Ward 2. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club in strong support of displacement prevention assistance and expanding renters protections more broadly. You might be asking yourself how these policies overlap with our organization's mission to address environmental and climate issues. Let's be clear. Tenant protections are climate protections. Renters justice is environmental justice. Housing is very literally our last defense from the impacts of the climate crisis. Whether it's wildfire, smoke, or extreme heat, unhoused communities are the most vulnerable to the impacts of the climate change. Please take action to ensure that renters, who make up the majority of the population of our city, are protected from unjust evictions. Please make sure those living with housing precarity are prevented from being thrown on the streets by landlords. Please pass displacement assistance prevention and continue your streak in acting in favor of policies that support climate and environmental justice in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dylan. Next, we'll hear from Ali Sayre, followed by Kim Arscott. Ali, go ahead and unmute.
Good evening, Mayor Vinnis, City Councilors. My name is Ali Sayre, and I'm the elected organizing coordinator for Portland Tenants United, the Portland citywide tenant union. Through organizing, direct action, coalition building, and civic engagement, Portland Tenants United fights to keep people in their homes and to achieve dignity and security for all tenants. I'm testifying today in support of the Eugene Phase 2 renter protections, which would provide critical support for tenants in Eugene and help prevent houselessness. We passed displacement prevention assistance in Portland in 2017. It's been a crucial lifeline for tenants and helped keep rent increases manageable. It has allowed landlords to still make changes to their properties while at the same time ensuring that tenants who are evicted through no fault of their own are able to have money to find a new rental in a timely fashion. Prior to the passing of the relocation ordinance in Portland, I was no cause evicted and then displaced by a massive rent increase. Losing my housing twice in a few years caused an immense amount of stress in my life. And even today, with much more stable housing, I am still fearful of being displaced. In 2019, we also passed an ordinance in Portland capping security deposits and regulating application screening, enabling us to make a dent in housing discrimination. Prior to the ordinance passing, it was easy for a landlord to pick a tenant based on how they looked. Now, with rentals going to the first qualified applicant, tenants are a lot more likely to be able to find housing and also have some assurance of how likely they are to get a particular unit. Finally, they're able to get their application fees back, which significantly lowers the financial pressure of finding rental housing. We still have a long way to go before there is high quality, safe, and affordable housing for everyone. But in Portland, tenants know that we have some level of security and thus feel far less fear of displacement than we did just a few short years ago. Please pass these additional renter protections so that tenants in Eugene can enjoy the same security that we do in Portland. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ali. Next, we will hear from Kim Arscott, followed by Victoria Whitman Harris. Kim, go ahead and unmute.
Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Kim Arscott. I am a realtor helping people invest in the community and contribute to the Eugene economy. I live in Ward 8 and I oppose this ordinance. I can go on some more, but as a realtor, I wish for people to be able to have the financial ability to invest in themselves.
What happened?
That was an error on my part. I'm very sorry, Kim.
Get put back into the.
I'm very sorry, Kim. You're back as a panelist.
Somebody was a little clicker happy. Thank you. I'm not sure where I got cut off, but being a realtor in this community, it's very important that people can invest in themselves, invest in housing, and help other people with their housing. I understand these rules were put together because of unscrupulous other people, and I don't believe that that should be penalized for mom and pops who own a house or two and have rental opportunity. So I don't know if I got cut off before. I'm in Ward 8 and I oppose this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Next, we'll hear from Victoria Whitman Harris, followed by Jeffrey Albanese. Is there a Victoria Whitman Harris in the room? All right. I'm going to go ahead and promote Jeffrey, who is an attendee in Zoom. Jeffrey will be followed by Ryan Moore. Jeffrey, go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Jeffrey Albanese and I live in Ward 3 and I'm a renter like most people who live in Eugene. And I'm speaking in support of the renter protection ordinance. I specifically want to single out the importance of the displacement or the relocation assistance, I guess it's being called now. In 2020, during the pandemic, I was no cause evicted from my apartment by Bell Property Management. And my apartment was also located in Ward 3 at 1893 Garden Avenue. And the date of my eviction was 1 week before I would have been in the unit for a year. I was being no cause evicted specifically to prevent me from being protected by the very modest rent stabilization laws that passed statewide in 2019. And I was told that explicitly by Bell Property Management. I was offered the ability to move into a separate identical unit in the same building if I wanted to, but they wouldn't renew my lease or allow me to be in the unit for a year. This is something that's happened. I've since met and talked to several other people in Eugene who are renters who that's happened to. And I guess just in response to the last speaker about, investment in the community and stuff like that, right before this meeting, I looked up the building that I'm talking about that I was evicted from, 1893 Garden Avenue. It's owned by an absentee landlord that's located in California, and it's built in 1969 and now worth 3 times what it was when they bought it. But their property tax assessment has only gone up $150,000. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, we will hear from Ryan Moore, followed by John Prince. Ryan Moore, go ahead and unmute.
Hello, Mayor Venice City Council. My name is Ryan Moore. I live in Ward 8. I am in a car, so I apologize for background noise. You've heard me speak before. I will be brief. I wanted to reiterate that you are doing something meaningful, and that's why you have great turnout tonight. And I look forward to hearing your comments from everyone. I want to remind you the origin specifically for displaced renting assistance. It arose out of hotline data from the Springfield Eugene Tenant Association. We demonstrated that no cause evictions are a blight that is happening to our community. And every step of the way, we have been told that no, this is not something happening here. Don't worry about it. This will be more harm than good. And again, we turned to the facts. We dove into court records, proved that this is not just something people are self-reporting to the hotline. It's also being felt in our court system. This is something the city council has the power to implement protections over. We do need more housing. That's something that will be coming from the state after this current legislative session. These protections are something you can implement for the city, and we're asking you to do that based on the data we have. We need it. I wanted to give a brief story. I led eviction defense efforts for the Springfield Eugene Tenant Association last year. One of the stories I came across was from an elderly grandmother. She must have been at least 80 years old. She had just been given a no-cost notice because she had moved the flower pot on her front porch 6 feet to the left, given a no-cost eviction. No chance to rescind it. She is not entitled to any sort of court process to ask a judge to weigh in. She had no recourse. For all I know, because I lost contact, she is now on the streets. And so my point in saying that is, oftentimes no-cost evictions are the path of least resistance to get rid of a tenant, and it circumvents the system that is supposed to take place that give.
Thank you, Ryan. Your time is concluded. Next, we will hear from John Prince, followed by Christopher Looney. John Prince, go ahead and unmute.
Good evening, City Council. I hope you can hear me. Mayor Venice, City Council, thank you so much for providing this opportunity for the public to provide testimony on this ordinance. I am strongly in support. I want to echo what Ryan Moore just said before me. I think it's incredibly important that you take this opportunity to extend these protections to renters in our area. With skyrocketing rates of rent and lack of action at the state level to date, it's really important that we do everything we can to prevent the most vulnerable among us from ending up on the streets. I know how hard and I know how much the council is grappling with the unhoused crisis in our community. And without protections like DPA, it's only going to get worse. We really need to take action now to ensure that this crisis does, while the state and city work to catch up on important work to build more housing and to create a more stable rental environment. I want to point out that the Small Landlord Compensation Fund will help protect those small moms and pops, and that it's important that we can fact that corporate rental ownership is really a driving force that's really prioritizing profits over people. I thank you for your time. I encourage your support, and I look forward to hearing additional testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we will hear from Christopher Looney, followed by Matt Bryson. Matt Bryson is speaker number 13.
Thank you. My name is Chris Looney, a lifelong resident of Eugene. I'm also the managing partner of Paradigm Properties. We're a Eugene-based housing developer and housing provider. We take pride in developing architecturally distinctive and environmentally friendly projects and in being a responsible and ethical local property owner. The best way to protect renters and ensure balance in the housing market is to create robust competition in the marketplace. This can only be achieved through a dramatic increase in the housing supply, which will lead to greater choice and market power for renters. Multifamily housing developers like us can help with this. But instead of working with us, the city of Eugene is going to make it more difficult and more expensive for us to do business here. When faced with the decision of where to build next, why would we choose Eugene when there are other cities in need of housing that do not place these unfair restrictions on housing providers like us? Don't forget that in 2019, the city of Eugene enacted a construction excise tax that makes building in Eugene more expensive compared to other cities. This latest round of regulations will now make operating rental housing more expensive as well. Is this the choice that Eugene wants to make? To put ourselves at a severe competitive disadvantage? Policies like this are also more difficult and costly for local housing providers to comply with. Large out-of-state corporations, on the other hand, can afford to comply with complex rules and accept smaller profit margins because of their scale. Would you rather have our local rental housing supply owned by local people or owned by corporations like Capstone and BlackRock, who only care about the bottom line and send your rental dollars to Wall Street? Work with us, not against us. We can solve this housing crisis if we work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. And next we will hear from Matt Bryson, followed by Gavin Burgess.
Good evening, councilors and mayor. My name is Matt Bryson. I'm a Eugene property owner, realtor, and property manager. My understanding is your proposed ordinances are to help stabilize housing in Eugene and keep people housed. I believe these proposed ordinances will have the opposite effect by decreasing inventory and causing housing instability because less people want to invest in this area. And I might want to sell my property. I encourage you to look far more viable solutions, such as encouraging development and promoting landlords to want to be in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Next, we will hear from Gavin Burgess, followed by Shonda Miller.
My name is Gavin. Thank you for having me here. I am a new resident of Ward 1 after being displaced through a no-cause eviction. I understand that people here feel that the market can help solve some of the housing crisis that is here, but unfortunately the housing market is a very unique market where the actors in it have very disparate levels of information. Recently, through my eviction, I really did not have much choice in this market because when I am in the housing market as a renter, I am looking for a home. I am not selling a good or trying to necessarily buy a good, and I am oftentimes put in a position where I do not have much of a choice at all. Most recently, I'm now paying $300 more in rent. I just spent yesterday cleaning broken glass and cigarette butts out from in front of my front door that were left by previous tenants. My new apartment smells of cat urine and is filled with stains. But me and my partner decided to live there because it's better than living on the streets. I urge you city councilors to pass the Eugene Renter Properties Phase 2 with the displacement prevention assistance. Thankfully, I had support systems to help me get through this most recent difficult time. And I come here to speak on behalf of those who have debts, who have medical expenses, who are not nearly as privileged as me as to be able to have found a new house. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Next, we will hear from Shonda Miller, followed by Darren Stone.
Mayor, council members, hi, my name is Shonda Miller, and I live in Ward 3, and my husband and I own 3 rental properties in Eugene, and we've been landlords for 15 years. The need for renter protections, I believe, stems from a root cause, and that root cause is the lack of an adequate supply of housing and rental housing. I believe that there are few landlords out there who are egregious and who require oversight, and thus the majority of us will pay for the few bad actors. And with phase 1, I had few concerns, but phase 2, I have many concerns, and I believe that they go too far. The main problem, as I said, is that we have a rental housing shortage. We also have a problem of not having a diverse enough mix of housing that fits the needs of many people with different needs and incomes. The problem is clear. It's the solution that's difficult, and I don't envy this council in coming up with the solutions. However, because I believe the root of the problem is the housing shortage, it's frustrating as a landlord to have to be regulated at a higher level than ever before. And yet this regulation will not solve the root of the problem. These phase 2 rental protections that landlords will bear the brunt of will not it's a solution to a problem that in fact will still exist after those regulations are passed. There will be higher renter protections and landlord regulation, but it will not help build even one more rental unit. In fact, I'd wager a bet that it will actually lead to less rental units or a conversion of small scale rental businesses to nationally owned large scale rental businesses. And this could happen if small scale landlords decide to get out of the rental business. If I have more time, nope, I don't. Okay, well, thank you for your consideration. Thanks.
Thank you, Shanda. Next, we will hear from Darren Stone, followed by Zach Mulholland.
Good evening. I'm Darren Stone, Ward 2. I again want to urge the council to invite housing providers to the table, not because housing providers want to block or prevent things that the city can do to help residents, but because housing providers are uniquely qualified to help work on strategies to stabilize the rental market, because it's our industry and we work in it every day. It's disheartening to sit in this room and hear so much misunderstanding just about what a no cause notice is, when it's used, when it's lawful for it to be used, how a tenant defends themselves if they think that their landlord is discriminating, if they think that their landlord is retaliating, what the Federal Fair Housing Act is, how it protects applicants from being discriminated against, how applicants can enforce their rights. And as someone who's been closely on the periphery involved with this, it's frustrating to keep coming to the table and not being let in. I sent what you guys know that I did. I've sent several emails to the council. I rarely get a response. I've never heard from my counselor once. Contrast that with Senator Manning. It took me a week to get a 20-minute meeting to have a substantive conversation on renter protections. And the least that the council can do is show the same for its constituents here. So thanks.
Thank you, Darren. Next, we will hear from Zach Mulholland, followed by our 18th speaker, Scott Smith.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Zach Mulholland. I live in Ward 6. Just wanted to quickly voice my support for Phase 2 renter protections, displacement prevention assistance, a cap on deposits, and a requirement that applications be processed in the order received, which is important not just to save people money, but to stop discrimination, whether it be racial, sexual, or homophobic discrimination. It's important that those applications be processed in the order they're received. These measures won't solve all of the problems. A quarter of all single-family homes sold last year were bought up by large investment firms, making it that much harder for people that want to buy their first home. So please pass these Phase 2 renter protections and then keep working to address housing issues in Eugene. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Zach. Next, we will hear from Scott Smith, followed by Lisa Connolly.
Hello, my name is Scott Smith. I'm from Ward 5. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. I'm opposed to the Phase 2 renters protections. There's a variety of reasons to be opposed to it, but specifically, I feel like the increasingly complex regulations placed upon the rental industry is going to lead to more corporate landlords, as others have said. Also, these regulations are very technical and somewhat tedious, and it's going to lead to an increased adversarial nature of the landlord-tenant relationship. It's going to lead to more litigation. The bulk of the rental people that are renting homes are not going to face no cause eviction. Most people just rent their home, pay their rent, follow the rules, and the majority of the landlords operate within the rules. Certainly, there's troubled landlords, but there's also troubled tenants. So there's not a lot of balance here. Things are just getting too technical for mom and pop landlords, and they're going to exit the market. And I urge you to vote no, because I think a lot of your constituents are people that want to rent from mom and pop landlords as opposed to large corporate landlords. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next, we will hear from Lisa Connolly, followed by Rajiva Ravi Sunken.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for letting us speak. And my name is Lisa Connolly. My husband and I are folks who've lived here, our families have lived here for many generations. He and I have lived here for 40 years. We started a family when we were young, and we've knew that we needed to save something for our future and for hopefully passing down to our children. And so we saved and saved until we had enough money for a fixer-upper 35 years ago. And we put our blood, sweat, and tears into it. And we've worked real hard to be good landlords and to treat people fairly. We believe in the American dream, and that we're feeling bad because it feels like our government is now saying, you've worked hard, you've done the right things, and now we might just pull the rug out from under you right before you're, almost time to retire. We didn't cause homelessness. We didn't cause the opioid crisis. We didn't cause, the mental health problems. But it feels like these things are being put on our backs to be taken care of. A small segment of the population should not be, responsible for such a huge societal problem. It's all of our problems, and we all need to solve it. And so to take just us and say that, we should be the ones that need to take the brunt of it is just really not fair. For instance, recently the cost of food has gone up. And so the government would never say to the grocers, well, I'm sorry, the food's gone up so high that we think we're just going to do what's easy and say, oh, we're not going to let you raise prices on food anymore. They wouldn't say that because the grocery stores would close and then nobody would have any place to buy something to eat. And that's kind of what's happening here. If you tell landlords they basically can't make money, because if you tell us we have.
Thank you, Lisa. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Rajiv Ravi Sankar, followed by Joan Morgan.
Hello, Council. For the record, my name is Rajiv Ravi Shankar. I live in City Ward 3, West University neighborhood. I'm a proud member and former president of the Graduate Teaching Fellows Federation, AFT Local 3544, which represents over 1,300 graduate employees at the University of Oregon, most of whom are renters. I urge you to pass Eugene Renter Protections Phase 2 with displacement prevention assistance. I was motivated to speak here tonight after seeing the full-page ad full of misinformation that Eugene rental owners bought in Eugene Weekly. The ad is a clear demonstration of the differential between landlords and tenants in terms of power and influence. Simply put, as renters, we can't just gather together money and buy a full-page ad. We have to sit and organize among our community members to come out to meetings like this to voice our perspectives. Contrary to what their ad says, the proposed protections do not affect the so-called rights of landlords to continue to extract exorbitant rents from tenants. To be a renter means to be at the mercy of landlords and property management companies. So these proposed tenant protections help to provide some element of balance in a situation that is almost entirely tilted against us. I came here also to highlight the experience of students and graduate students in particular who are facing an acute crisis in finding and securing affordable housing options in Eugene. Members of my graduate employee union are paying upwards of 60 to 75% of our monthly pay and rent. Our members and students in general are vulnerable to housing instability and would benefit greatly from protections in cases of no-cause evictions and unforeseen rent hikes. We can agree that it's in the city's interest to recruit and retrain students and scholars who contribute to our community, state, and country. And like union protections, which the university uses to recruit students, tenant protections can actually potentially play an important role in drawing students and scholars to the city and in facilitating the completion of their degrees, research, work, and teaching by minimizing housing-related disruptions. So please support these important renter protections.
Thank you, Rajiv. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Joan Morgan, followed by Merle Grable.
You for identifying your ward and where you live, but just as a reminder, it's helpful for all of us to know just the general part of town you live in if you don't know your specific ward. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. In March of 2002, I rented an apartment for $380, and I paid a $300 security deposit, and that was fairly normal then. 20 years later, I was still living in the same apartment because the landlord was aware of my lack of finance. In the 20 years, my rent was only raised 3 times. I went from $380 to $505. And that included all utilities. And people would say, wow, that's a great deal. And it was. But then the landlord got a divorce. And his wife got the property in the settlement. And she didn't want to bother with it, so she put it up for sale. Knowing that I didn't want to move, the landlord listed it as a 3-bedroom house on the front of the property with a rental unit and tenant, because he hoped someone would buy it who would continue to rent to me. And he turned down a couple of bids when they made it very
I'm sorry, Joan.
for that unit.
I'm sorry, Joan. Your time has concluded.
Announce the next speaker.
I'm sorry, Joan. Your time is concluded. Next, we will hear from Merle Grable, followed by Annette Gurgen.
Appreciate your testimony.
Anyway, I was evicted.
Thank you, ma'am.
Evening, I'm Merle Grable from the Eugene Hotel. We were here a couple of weeks ago. There were 5 of us, and I'd like to keep you. It's been a study of housing security. In brief, we had a change of ownership, out-of-state capital management company, and went from 3% to 14%. And the people who were here with me, Rita, the 96-year-old, is with her family this weekend. I'll be talking a little bit about what may happen. The young woman of 86, I think, is home with sore legs. She wanted to come, but things are in summary. I can see it's like watching cancer spread as we this whole thing of being looking at what could happen. People start getting disheartened and looking at other places. Nancy, for example, is over in Seal Rock in one room, and an hour and a half away from any medical help. I propose that you pass the legislation, and the interruption is not the fault of the speaker. This speaker is the best one. Thank you.
Thank you, Merle. Next, we'll hear from Annette Gurgen, followed by Ron Burley. Ron Burley is our 24th speaker. Annette, go ahead and unmute.
I wish to address some of the flaws in the proposed ordinance. I listened to the recent meeting of the Housing Policy Board and would like to weigh in on their recommendations to the council. If the purpose of this proposed ordinance is to help disadvantaged people gain housing, not to punish landlords, then the proposals must reflect that dual goal. For instance, let's look at the displacement prevention assistance. Make the displacement prevention assistance for those who use more than 30% of their income on rent. Exempt those who can afford to relocate from receiving displacement money. And there needs to be assurances that these thousands of dollars in assistance are used only for housing or moving expenses. The council needs to slow down and make sure these safeguards are put in place. The Housing Policy Board is recommending that council get rid of the exception for a family member moving into an owner's dwelling, duplex, or ADU. The reason was that it would be hard to verify. Well, what if the family member moving in was a caregiver for the owner, or the family member moving in needed care? That exception could be verified with a doctor's letter. What if the displaced tenant finds housing within the 90-day window of their notice before they have even moved out? Do they still need to take 3 months' rent from the owner of their former residence? Rather than copying Portland's ordinance verbatim, the Eugene City Council needs to slow down, seek the advice of a different, balanced board of advisors who will be comprised of well-informed stakeholders and write their own ordinance. Let the Housing Policy Board focus on how to create more housing for tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Next, we will hear from Ron Burley, followed by Catherine Netter.
Madam Mayor, councilors, my name is Ron Burley. From 2008 to 2018, I was a national columnist and consumer advocate for AARP. In that role, I handled more than 20,000 consumer complaints, many of them tenant-landlord conflicts. I'm here to give you a different view of what happens at the back end of security deposits that I'd like you to consider. In my experience, there's often little incentive for a landlord to return deposits quickly or to be fair in any assessment of damage or cleanliness of the returned rental. Current Oregon law says the landlord can wait a month before even revealing how much of the security deposit they're keeping, and the only recourse for a tenant is to file a lawsuit. Other than that lawsuit, there's no oversight, no recourse. Adding insult to injury, many landlords also threaten to give bad rental scores to complaining tenants, which can make finding a new home extremely difficult in a competitive rental market. Because of this high bar, many tenants settle for deposit refunds that are often hundreds or thousands of dollars less than they deserve. The good news is that making the situation fair and equitable is not difficult. Many jurisdictions across the nation now require a few things. One, security deposits to be held in an escrow account rather than by the landlord, incentivizing a quick response for both parties. Two, a tenant-landlord walkthrough and security deposit accounting within several days at the end of occupancy. Currently, there's no requirement for a walkthrough. Three, prompt arbitration if the parties cannot reach an agreement. And lastly, landlords cannot negatively report on a tenant for invoking their right to mediation or arbitration. None of these rules would create an additional burden for either landlord or tenant. Rather, these additions would protect the rights of both parties by encouraging a fair and timely resolution of disputes. Please consider including them in your revisions of our current rental policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. Next, we will hear from Catherine Netter, followed by Liam Sherlock. Just to know, Liam, if you're in Zoom, I do not see a name that matches the name Liam Sherlock. If Liam does not appear, Charlie Swanson will follow Catherine Netter. Catherine, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the council. I'm Catherine Netter, a Eugene taxpayer and rental owner landlord of 3 properties in Ward 3. For more than 18 years, my husband and I have gone from a mom and pop to a grandma and grandpa rental business. We belong to the group that you hear about but have not heard from. That is those who are selling their single family residentials to become owner-occupied homes. Eugene has been pushing a one-sided plan that targets and punishes only landlords. So instead, I have some suggestions. 1, establish a fund to make a low-interest loan available to low-income tenants, not all tenants, who seek replacement rental housing, and distribute the money as new security deposits directly to housing providers and not as a cash payment to tenants. This could be accomplished by replacing the proposed relocation assistance and small landlord compensation plans to create this fund. 2, create a central clearinghouse for tenants to submit their application details. All registered landlords could then access this one source, and that's an incentive to pay the door fee. 3, enforce all current federal, state, and city regulations that already offer advantages to tenants instead of creating confusing and opposing language that make landlord compliance difficult. Engage with landlord groups to encourage the best practices in their rental activities. Be helpful, not punitive. Create an online, easily accessible tenant education and help center to distribute information on how to be a good tenant and what protection landlord-tenant laws offer and under what conditions. If Eugene sincerely wants to improve the plight of low-income residents and increase the affordable housing supply, it also needs to, as the saying goes, put some skin in the game. As it stands, we've sold one of our houses already and it went to an owner-occupied family. We're very happy to get it, and we may do more.
Thank you, Catherine. Your time is concluded. I do not see Liam Sherlock in my queue. Liam, we will come back to your name at the end. So next we will hear from Charlie Swanson, followed by Sarah Pyle.
Hello, council members. For the record, my name is Charlie Swanson. I live in Ward 3, and I've been a homeowner in Eugene for 44 years, and I'm here to help support our community. I encourage you to pass Eugene renter protection with phase 2 displacement protection assistance. I'm also testifying on behalf of the Democratic Party of Lane County as chair of the platform committee and on behalf of the over 100,000 registered Democrats in Lane County. Eugene has a vested interest in implementing anti-displacement measures, in part because no-cause evictions that result in houselessness cost local taxpayers money. Landlords that stand to profit from no-cause eviction should not be able to externalize the business cost onto the community at large or onto the evicted tenant. Appropriately, displacement prevention assistance shifts the economic consequences of no-cause evictions to the individual or entity that stands to profit, the landlord. A tenant who is forced to move through no fault of their own should not bear all of the economic and social consequences of that decision on their own. And the community at large should not have to pick up the tab for the landlord's economic decision either. Our community is a more pleasant place to be if people are treated well. Please support Eugene Renter Protections Phase 2 with displacement prevention assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Next, we will hear from Sarah Pyle, followed by Jessica Greenlee.
Hi, my name is Sarah Pyle and I live in Ward 1. I'm a renter living alone in a studio apartment that has had its rent raised every year since I moved in. The current rent for this single room, an amount for which I'm individually responsible, is $1,245 per month. I've been close to houselessness several times while living in Eugene, being unexpectedly laid off within the first 6 months of moving here, experiencing divorce, incurring over $4,000 in unexpected medical costs last year. Fortunately for myself, I hold several privileged identities that have allowed me to remain housed if only by the skin of my teeth. I have family support, I have white skin and a white name. I grew up with access to quality resources and education. English is my first language. I present as cisgender, straight, and able-bodied. Professionally, I work in social services with individuals experiencing the same unexpected life changes as I have, who lack the family support, access to resources, and privileged identities I hold, whose systemically marginalized identities as members of BIPOC, LGBTQ+, low income, and disability communities cause them to disproportionately experience housing discrimination, housing instability, and houselessness. At my work, I witness our clients endlessly apply and be denied, unable to afford to compete in a market in which they're disadvantaged, in which they receive no cause terminations with zero alternative options. Every day, I witness the cycle of houselessness grow, perpetuated by low housing inventory in a system that rewards those prejudged to be a lower financial risk by the people holding the power in the interest of maximum profit. Housing is healthcare. It is suicide prevention. It is safety. I do not ask you to protect me, a vulnerable renter today. I ask you to protect those in our community, our neighbors who are far more vulnerable. I beseech you to pass Eugene Renter Protections Phase 2 to protect their equitable access to basic human rights in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, we will hear from Jessica Greenlee, followed by Brittany Quick-Warner, our 30th speaker.
Hi, Mayor Venice, members of the council. I appear to have some challenges with my video connecting to Zoom, so I apologize. I represent Affinity Property Management, and our clients have several hundred units under development or cited for development in Eugene. I have had the experience of working with these ordinances in Portland and understand the administrative and legal expenses associated with administering policies such as these, which substantially change the pro forma, especially for new development. Some of the projects that are slated for development now will no longer pencil with these changes because of the additional legal and administrative costs associated with this. I would encourage you to particularly take a look at the mechanisms for reporting the terminations of tenancy and how that functionally will operate within this ordinance, to look at, if you are going to impose something like this, what is that administrative cost? What does that process look like? How can that be streamlined to be the most effective and efficient way possible to limit the cost increases associated with it? Please keep in mind that over 90% of notices for termination that are issued on a monthly basis are resolved within 3 days. So you will be inundated with unnecessary paperwork that will have been resolved before your staff has even had a chance to review it. I also would like you to take another look at the way in which the open application period is. I see how this is being channeled to avoid some of the missteps within the city of Portland, but I hope you take another look at the language and how that will functionally work with housing in renting.
Thank you, Jessica. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Brittany Quick-Warner, followed by Joanne Shatola.
Good evening, Mayor, online somewhere, city councilors. Thank you so much for your time tonight. My name is Brittany Quick-Warner. I have the pleasure and privilege of being the president and CEO of the Eugene Area Chamber of Commerce. We are here tonight to speak on a few concerns that we have about this policy, as well as to encourage you to take an opportunity that we have here to bring people together as opposed to tear people apart, which I think sometimes the policy decisions we make and the way we go about it has a way of doing. You're going to hear a variety of concerns tonight you already have that we agree with. Tonight I want to touch on one as well that was just mentioned briefly a few minutes ago, and that's the equity and the accountability in the relocation assistance provision. So what we mean by this As written, landlords would be required to provide relocation assistance for people at any income level and any type of housing, with the exception of the affordable housing. We wholeheartedly agree that families at risk of losing their housing may need assistance to prevent that from happening. But this policy does not address concern with a targeted effort. It's a broad sweeping policy that individuals who are getting this rental assistance, they don't have to prove that their income requires it, that they are at a burden, that they do need rental assistance. And meanwhile, you're going to have some renters who are themselves burdened by having to pay a 3-month rental assistance, not to mention the 2 to 3 months of lost rent that it often takes to get somebody back into a unit. So it's beyond just the 3 months that are actually being required that we pay. They're losing income for several months beyond that. The unintended consequence is that those who can afford to relocate are also open to this this rental assistance, and therefore those who are not being actually, like, we're not providing equity in access to them because they're kind of an even playing field there. So the lack of accountability and financial verification contrasts with the small landlord relocation assistance, where they have to actually provide data and information that they need this assistance. So we just want some equity in that.
Thank you, Brittany. Your time is concluded. Next, we will hear from Joanne Shatola, followed by Joshua Cavallo.
Mayor, Council, thank you. Joanne, Ward 5. HPB had to recommend landlords pay tenants, but that's just one segment of the renters. Then there's the functional component. Changing when we are required to pay would be a disaster, as consideration and discussion is needed. Let's include landlords in that. All the HPB did was recommend landlords pay on everything, always, no matter what. There was not one landlord of low-income tenants in the discussion, none. Have landlords give low-income tenants 3 months rent, even if they have lived in our place 4 months? That doesn't make sense. The triggering events are favorable to the tenants, but they do leave a little room for landlords to make a few decisions to protect their property and other tenants. The design was reasonably crafted, allowing the landlord to correct tenancy in the first year. Perhaps set up a fund where displaced tenants can apply for financial assistance if asked to leave in year 1. DPA is divided by first year of tenancy after the first year. I just spend time choosing a tenant. The tenant may be good on paper, but they may have heavy traffic, payment excuses, whatever. Other tenants complain. I don't want to taint that tenant with an eviction. That's good for the tenant. If you make me pay DPA in year 1, I'm going to evict, or worse, I won't even rent to that tenant. The sad tales you've heard is one-sided. They weren't no cause because they were great tenants. No, they weren't. But us landlords were never asked why we might ask these so-called poor tenants to move. The triggers of DPA were well thought out and fair. I realize we want to increase the amount of the assistance. Senate Bill 611 right now is in process statewide and will probably pass. So no need for the city level anyway, but I kindly ask that the terms of DPA remain as they are. So let's hit the brakes, relax the momentum. Let's take more time and consideration before changing events. The monetary amount should be considered independently of changing the triggers. That needs much more discussion. Next point, takes applications in the order received. That's all that needs to be said. We all agree, but the proposed rules as currently written are ridiculous and demeaning. Please remove the language. It's unnecessary micromanaging. Keep making this hard, and I'm going to go to a property manager.
Thank you, Joanne. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Joshua Cavallo, followed by Richard Thorin.
Joshua Caraco, Ward 1, CARACO. Sorry about my handwriting. Yeah, Councilor Semple's ward, 2 minutes is not very long, so I'm not going to go into any line item details. I'm going to try and tell you a couple stories. I am the vice chair of the CDBG Advisory Committee. Don't speak on behalf of them, but on behalf of that, but I'm a volunteer here in this city. I was also the first hotline manager at the Springfield Eugene Tenant Association and helped author the renters survey. So I've been working on this for a long time. So if you have any line item questions, I'd be happy to actually speak to you individually later. But anyway, I'd like to read you something I got from my landlord last week, and it's not what you think it is. Hello, Joshua. Thanks for being such a respectful and conscientious tenant over the last 4 years. We appreciate you. In order to keep up with rising costs, I will be modestly increasing the rental rate at my address by roughly 3%. This increase amounts to $25 per month for a new monthly rate of $825, taking effect on July 1st, 2023. First time in 4 years, my landlord has raised my rent by $25. And you may be asking, why am I here? It's because my landlords before this that I also lived in a house for 4 years, gave me a no cause eviction. I lived in a house with three other people. I actually paid a lot less rent, but that's okay. I was able to absorb that cost pretty well and found a really great landlord. Another of my housemates did all right. One of my housemates moved to Portland. The other, who you just can't make this stuff up, happens to be a trans person, was unstably was not stably housed for the last 4 years, is now, I think, in Portland, stably housed finally. Anyway, these are real stories, and I'd like to think of this as a basic human rights issue. Someone who owns their house, pays, does everything they're supposed to, can be stable, know where their children are going to school, know that they will be stable in their housing, but a renter doesn't have that.
Thank you, Joshua. Next, we will hear from Richard Thorne, followed by Lynn Porter.
Richard Thorne, I live in West Eugene. I own apartments spread around Eugene. My friends Zonomir Hacko and Tia Poetti submitted wonderful letters rebutting the new and old renter protections et al. I stand by their letters. But as usual, much of the oral and written testimony, which is logical and truthful, will be ignored. How these so-called renter protections damage the 45 or 50,000 tenants and renters in Eugene will not be considered by the mayor and Eugene City Council. You will listen to one or two voices like John Van Landingham and his cronies and decide in favor of a small local vocal minority. You always do this. It's really it's a drag. Please, this time, listen to intelligent citizens, business people, and landlords who have skin in the game, big skin. You know, not little skin. I got my life in my properties. Even Christmas. The Eugene Rental Housing Code is unrealistic. They're another set of redundant regulations designed to create more government, which produces nothing but needless bureaucracy. More government regulations, all these regulations you're putting on us equal higher rents. Please say goodbye this time to the Eugene Rental Housing Code. I stood here in 2005 and said the same thing. 80% of the people that talked were intelligent, wonderful people. You listened to 10% of the people and you kept the rental housing code, and it's just a mess. Every regulation that you put in raises rents. So my rents, I'm going to quit right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Next, we will hear from Lynn Porter, followed by Bethany Cotton. Lynn, go ahead and unmute.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not seeing the video part, but Lynn Porter, Ward 7. Oh, okay, now I got the video going. Lynn Porter, Ward 7. Besides myself, I'm also speaking for Homeless Action. We've run the local homeless action page for over 12 years now, giving information to renters and their advocates. We support Eugene Tenants Alliance proposals for displacement prevention assistance, and we support it with the proposed 5% yearly rent increase trigger for DPA, not the 10% that I understand Portland uses. The landlords are saying, well, inflation is more than 5%. Yeah, and they're one of the main drivers of inflation by constantly raising their rates to outrageous levels. They can't really do that and then use that as an excuse to raise rents. We also support ETA's proposal that there be no exemptions to DPA, because that would make it much simpler for everyone to understand and enforce. Homelessness is basically a housing issue. If you think it's a mental health or a drug issue, you're confusing cause and effect. Okay, it is also not contrary to what one city councilor said. It's not an issue of personal responsibility. It's an issue of social.
Thank you, Lynn. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Bethany Cotton, followed by Max Liebrick.
Good evening. I'm Bethany Cotton, resident of Ward 7. After 20 years as a renter, I was privileged to purchase my first house in 2021, but only with family help, despite being a practice attorney for 14 years. I've watched as my friends, colleagues, and neighbors struggle with skyrocketing rents, battle with negligent property owners and property management companies, and worry about health and safety in their homes. I see the rental rates and know I would struggle to pay current rates, even as a working professional. It's also hard to see how anyone at or below Eugene's median income paying such a high percentage of their income in rent could ever hope to buy a home here. My home is adjacent on two sides to properties owned by a landlord who refers to himself as the Prince of the Wit, though he doesn't live in the neighborhood. He veils his ownership in an LLC and uses next generation property management. I have witnessed my neighbors attempt repeatedly to get this owner and property manager to fix serious defects in the house, including a leaking roof that has led to mushrooms growing inside and water running down an interior wall. The first winter, the property manager put up a tarp. This winter, the leak worsened. It was not until the neighbors sought assistance from Springfield Eugene Tenants Association and filed a complaint 2 full winters into the leak that the roof was partially replaced. At the same time, these tenants were informed of a significant rent increase. You can imagine how in this tight housing markets, the tenants feel trapped and disempowered. They are thoughtful, friendly neighbors, and they deserve common sense renter protections, as does everyone in Eugene. I want to live in a community where we treat residents with dignity and do not allow predatory landlords to profit off of a tight housing market by charging high rental application fees to multiple applicants, feel empowered to allow their properties to deteriorate to the point of being dangerous, and where uncontrolled rent increases force people to endure unsafe and unsanitary housing or face houselessness. Please join the other communities that have adopted these common sense protections. Thank you.
Thank you, Bethany. Next, we will hear from Max Liebrick, followed by Diana Stearns.
I'm Max Liebrick. I'm in the Fairmont district, and unfortunately, I'm not much of a speaker. So anyway, I've been renting property. I've owned properties for about 45 years, Eugene, rental properties, and went from one house into several houses. So the situation is that what happens to a renter who decides to move in for the first month causes havoc to the owner, gets paid 90 days rent to move out, moves into another rental property, does the same thing to that owner, then moves out on that one and turns around and does it for the third time. I don't see anything stationary or see anything stopping somebody from collecting. Let's say the rent's $1,000, does it 3 times, makes $9,000 in 3 moves. Seems like a total ripoff from the owners to the renters. It's happened to me twice actually, that my renters have stolen the washers and dryers out of my units. One just got done taking the dishwasher out, putting a St. Vincent's dishwasher in. I've had 2 garbage disposals stolen, and I have no recourse to this. I have rented to 6 people coming out of jail. 4 of them have been very good, worked out very well. 2 of them have cost me about $15,000 worth of repairs because they're Section 8 or whatever, their housing voucher went away. They lived in the unit free, stealing electricity from their neighbors, breaking into the E-Web water meters and staying there for like almost 3 months without anything. I couldn't get them out. Talking legal fees and everything. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I think the problem with security deposits and everything is I agree with somebody that there should be a third party that goes through, walks through, because I have ovens that have never been cleaned. People have never cleaned their houses. It's terrible. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Next, we will hear from Diana Stearns, followed by Randy Berzer. Diana, go ahead. Yeah.
Stearns. I live in South Eugene. I have 1 rental property in Santa Clara area. I think the problem is that it's looked at as people who own homes to be rented out are making just a lot of money, and the costs are often forgotten. taxes just keep going up, the cost to clean between properties, to repair between properties, the time it takes to re-rent. I think those need to be taken into consideration, that it's not just hand over fist money coming in. And I agree there needs to be protection for both. And I think it needs to be looked at, not just taking on Portland's, but maybe looking at what Eugene's situation needs. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Next, we will hear from Randy Berzer, followed by Mahendra Kumar, our 41st person.
Thank you. I'm Randy Berzer. I live in Ward 2. I've lived in Eugene for 30 years and own several rentals as my retirement plan. I'm opposed to phase 2 of rental protections as they show no basic awareness of running a rental housing business. Current fair housing laws regulate taking applications in order received. The proposed application regulations are tedious and open-ended. There's no standard if someone needs more time to turn in an application. Is it 2 days, a week, or 2 weeks? The proposed displacement assistance protection also show no awareness of what is involved in the day-to-day running of a rental housing business. Inflation is part of our economy. Last year, prices were up 8%. In the early 80s, inflation was over 14%. To limit a business's potential income increase to less than the rate of inflation is a recipe for disaster. We have seen many costs associated with rental ownership increase significantly in the last few years. I've seen the cost of installing a new roof on an average house go from $8,000 to $15,000 in just a few years. Limiting a business's income increase to less than inflation will likely end bad. The proposed displacement assistance for no-cause terminations also reflects no awareness of the day-to-day operation of a rental business and ignores the fact that not all renters are model tenants. No-cause termination is used when a tenant is difficult. Not following the lease they agreed to is abusive to neighbors or landlords, among other things. Landlords do not want vacancies, but some tenants are so bad they don't want to continue doing business with them. Requiring landlords to pay relocation assistance to difficult tenants with no-cause terminations will cause more for-cause evictions to happen, which stay on the tenant's record for a number of years, making it very difficult for them to find private rental housing. If these renter protections are enacted, Eugene will certainly become a less desirable place to invest in rental properties. Many rental owners will sell their rental houses to an owner who will occupy them and displace tenants. Portland has seen a 14% decrease in their rental housing stock after passing similar measures. Over the last few years, I've noticed many new apartments in Eugene.
Thank you, Randy. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Mahendra Kumar, followed by Jacob True.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. How's it going, everyone? My name is Mahindra, and I live in Ward 3. I am also a graduate educator at UO. I study sociology. Specifically, I study housing and homelessness. And, you know, prior to moving to Eugene, I was a case manager in transitional housing programs, and I've worked in shelters. So moving to Eugene has not been too surprising in terms of seeing the direct connection between housing costs and the number of people that are living unhoused on our street. Any of us, if we walk outside right now, it's very visible and in our face. So I actually think the DPA does not go far enough. So what I'm asking City Council is to do the bare minimum here. This is literally the bare minimum in terms of preventing homelessness. Another short fact that I want to share with y'all is someone else mentioned that we only make a certain amount of money, and a lot of us grad students are spending about 60 to 80% on rent. Now, I've gotten to see a lot of the incoming students that came in for recruitment weekend this past weekend, and a lot of them are looking for rentals, and the prices that I found when I first moved here are just not findable anymore. So again, I'm asking you to do the bare minimum in making this happen. And secondly, the thing is producing more housing, like some of the developments that are happening around UO, they're not going to be accessible to renters that have lived in Eugene for a long time, especially those on a fixed income. So while I've heard a lot of people say we need to produce more, and yes, I agree, we also need to protect the housing that we have. So again, we have a choice here to either protect property or protect the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahendra. Next, we will hear from Jacob True, followed by Ethan Klein.
Hello there. For the record, my name is Jacob True. I organize with Eugene Springfield DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. We strongly support the Phase 2 renter protections, including relocation assistance. We at the DSA fight for working people against unscrupulous landlords who care more for extracting money from their tenants than providing a decent, livable place to live. I'm sure that that folks dedicated to the free hand of the market, laissez-faire economics would say, hey, renters signed these contracts to allow for these predatory no-cause evictions. So fine, right? You know, this ignores the crucial power differentials between landlords and their working tenants. Powerful landlords hold the housing security over the heads of their tenants. And if they want to, evict folks just so they can start charging more to the next people that they get into this tight housing market, they hold all the power. The people, the working class people, they face living on the streets or trying to find housing immediately afterwards. I believe that housing is a human right. Protecting renters with these Phase 2 renter protections are a good step towards better lives for the majority of the residents of Eugene. A better further step would be to promote socialized housing and offer housing for all residents here in Eugene. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Next, we will hear from Ethan Kleins, followed by speaker number 44, Orazio Belcito.
Excuse the nerves. I speak to people all day as a case manager, so kind of weird speaking to you guys today. In terms of the nerves. Eugene City Council, Mayor, and City Manager, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Ethan Klein. I'm a Eugene resident residing in Ward 1, testifying tonight as a renter and as a member of the Eugene Democratic Socialists of America in coalition with the Eugene Tenant Alliance. Tonight, you've heard testimony on why expanded renter protections are vital for the city just to keep people housed. But tonight I want to talk about the landlords my wife and I have had the pleasure of working with since 2019. We're currently renting a 2-bedroom duplex in the Friendly Street area for $9.95 a month. When we tell people this, their jaws drop, wondering how we're renting in one of Eugene's more expensive and trendy neighborhoods for under $1,000 a month. We tell people that while the rent has gone up $300 in the duplex next door, our landlords have kept our rent the same throughout the pandemic and ongoing inflation when they could have easily raised the rent like many other landlords and property management companies have done. Our duplex is our landlord's only property and undoubtedly serves as some form of investment for them, but they've never raised the rent on us, even when the increased cost of things like food and gas and utilities have affected their finances as well. Due to this, they could have cited the financial hardships other property management companies and landlords have detailed in expensive lawsuits and full-page ads in the Eugene Weekly. But my landlords haven't done this, and if they were truly on the verge of catastrophic loss and suffering, as expensive ads and lawyers and lobbying efforts claim, then I would have expected my landlords to increase the rent to offset the losses of their only investment property. Likewise, if these renter protections are positioned to do what the ads and lobbying efforts and expensive lawyers say they will do, then I'd also expect my landlords to be testifying here tonight, but they aren't here. I don't see them anywhere. And I hope at the very least, they don't fall victim to more bunk narratives from those landlords and property management companies who have come to testify tonight on behalf of the predatory bottom line. Renters are the only ones bearing the consequences of the housing and houselessness crisis, not those who by definition have the.
Thank you, Ethan. Next, we will hear from Orazio Belcito, followed by Eva Cronin.
Honorable council persons, I'm Orazio Belcito. I own 3 rental properties in Eugene, but live with my wife and Vinita. We used to live in Eugene. So I can't vote in Eugene, nor does Housing Policy Board or Commission allow in-person testimony. Yearly, some 8 months of rent goes for state, federal income tax, property tax, and insurance, 8 months. Mortgages add to the burden, and with the Federal Reserve raising interest rates, whose point is to make people homeless, who's going to buy me out when you guys change your law? In the last 7 years, I've replaced a roof, 21 appliances, 3 doors, installed laminate flooring instead of carpet, and recently repaired a red oak floor because the tenant's dogs urinated in 2 rooms, costing 3 months rent damage. Overstaying their 30-day notice, they neglected to pay 2.5 months rent. Instead, they used their security and pet deposits, contract statements and suits to the contrary. Eviction costs half a month's rent and tenants just abscond anyway. A relocation savings account could be created that tenants must pay into, perhaps 1/12 of their monthly rent, retrieved upon vacating. Is that a lot? Eugene wants to seize 3/12 per month when the tenants are asked to leave for an ORS qualifying landlord reason, such as the premises are unsafe or unfit for occupancy. That's 94273CB, 5BA. Rental relocation assistance gives destructive tenants like mine a reward for leaving. Good lawyer could argue that. Qualifying landlord reason if tenants weren't evicted and they leave between the notification and eviction. The Fourth Amendment states the right to be secure against unreasonable seizures shall not be violated. The Fifth continues, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Robin Hood Eugene's in Section 17 does just that. Mom and pop landlords accumulate funds over a lifetime, mine 45 years, to purchase property. Tenants don't understand nor pay taxes for government.
Thank you, Orazio. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Eva Cronin, followed by John Roberts.
Thank you for your patience in listening to all this public testimony. My name is Eva Cronin. I'm a homeowner in Ward 7, a taxpayer, a former landlord. I fully support the full slate of renters protections. We have a moral and economic obligation to ensure that hardworking, low-income individuals and families do not have to face homelessness when presented with a no-cause eviction. I am here speaking on behalf of dozens, if not hundreds, who fear speaking out. They fear retaliation, harassment, discrimination by landlords and property managers. So they keep quiet and try not to make waves. Supply and demand is affecting the amount of vacancies available. And for low-income housing, it's even worse. But what else makes it worse? Unfettered greed. These renters protections offer a safety net for our most vulnerable residents. I work with low-income families of small children that face illegal and no-cause evictions. They have very little recourse and their lives are upended. The status quo is not working for these families. Rent hikes continue to happen. What isn't rising for these renters? Their wages. The families I work with are paying up to 50% or more income to rent. That's called being rent burdened. How is a person in that situation ever going to be able to save for an emergency or maybe even their own home? Meanwhile, these renters are paying someone else's mortgage, savings, retirement, children's college fund, or vacation home. It's a business decision to no cause evict a tenant, and DPA is the cost to the landlord for that decision. Why wouldn't a landlord want to ensure their good tenant finds another home quickly? All right. I'm just going to say this is one of the most monumental decisions this body is going to make in shaping what this city looks like. Will you allow the status quo to continue, which will increase homelessness, or will you do what government should do to ensure that hardworking, low-income earning residents are able to maintain stable housing, not to just survive, but to thrive? I thank you for your support on this important issue. Thank you. Oh, by the way, for landlords here, I work at Head Start. I have families that are looking for housing. Come see me in the back if you've got a 3-bedroom that's less than $1,500.
Thank you, Eva.
Thank you. And before our next speaker speaks, if we could, just a reminder, if everybody could please check your conversations and be respectful of those who are speaking. Everybody's voice here tonight counts. Thank you.
All right, next we will hear from John Roberts, followed by Eric Lundberg.
Good evening, councilors, mayor. My name is John Roberts. I'm a resident of Ward 2 and here on my own behalf, although I am a lawyer here in town and have the, depending on your perspective, pleasure or misfortune of representing landlords big and small throughout the city and some of the property management firms here in town. In my capacity as a lawyer, I should probably be here encouraging you to adopt the DPA because that's going to create a lot more work for me. However, I'm here to suggest that this approach is not the right one for addressing our ongoing housing crisis. And it is a broad housing crisis, and it's not just the landlord's fault. We've heard a lot here today about the some of the more troubling practices of some of the landlords here in town, and I'm not here to dispute that. Although I will say there's also many laws in place that already address those very issues. What DPA does is add another layer of obligation on landlords in very select circumstances that makes it harder for landlords to deal with problem tenants in select circumstances. When we're talking about tenants who've been there for less than a year, The landlord's using a no cause, it's because that's the best option the landlord's got to deal with a problem tenant at that time. To add a $3,000 break fee, $3,000 or more fee on top of that, I think runs a significant risk of running the small landlords out of this business and continuing to turn it over and push that trend towards large corporate out-of-state landlords who aren't connected to the community and who aren't really interested in doing what's fair for their tenant, but really is only driven by their bottom line. Some of our small landlords really want to work with their folks. And so by the time they get to me, they've dug themselves quite a hole because they've given them a few months of free rent. They've given them a lot of breaks, and then they get to turn around and write a big check at the end of it, not just to me, but to the tenant. That's not the solution that's going to solve this problem. We need more housing, and we need transition as we get that housing in place. If we're going to do that, we need to do that as a city and not just do it on the backs of the landlords. Landlords need to be part of the solution and not just the villains that are held accountable.
Thank you, John. Next, we will hear from Eric Lundberg, followed by Todd Harris.
Hi, thank you, and greetings, Mayor and City Council. I'm a member of Matt Keating's Ward 2. My wife and I are natives of Eugene and mom and pop landlords, but we also support affordable housing, and I don't think that these two things are mutually exclusive. So the question I had that I have not heard addressed tonight is, do rental protections work? Will that improve the supply of housing in our community? And the research I've done shows that it absolutely will not. There's very few things that economists agree on, but they agree almost exclusively that rental protections do not work. In some cases, for the short term, they work, but long term, this is what the Liberal Brookings Institute says. In the long run, it decreases affordability, it fuels gentrification, and creates negative externalities on the surrounding neighborhood. These results highlight that forcing landlords to provide insurance to tenants against rent increases can ultimately be counterproductive. So there's a lot of these that I will be happy to email council and have them review. I'm not an expert. I turn to the experts when I have a question like that. And my research shows that renter protections are a disaster for the communities that enact them. So I will be happy to send those to the mayor and to the council. And hopefully we can find a better solution for our housing supply problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next, we will hear from Todd Harris, followed by Ian Winbrock.
Good evening. I'm Todd Harris. I live in Ward 2, and I'm an owner of a few rentals. I oppose renter protections as proposed because they discourage housing providers like me to keep, maintain, and add rentals. I believe we should instead be talking about ways to maintain and increase the number of available rentals. When I advertise a rental, as you might expect, I received many inquiries. I even had a city council to apply for one of my rentals a few years ago. I can only rent to one family at a time. Every time this happens, I wish I could help more people. If I receive 20 inquiries, where do the other 19 people go? The city of Eugene should be encouraging us landlords to add more units. If you considered helping us convert garages to studio apartments or building ADUs in backyards. Since the discussion of rental protections has started, I'm unwilling to consider investing in Eugene and instead considering looking at outlying areas. The ordinance is taking a backward approach to the problem. We should be encouraging landlords to keep their rentals. I understand the desire to help people and to find and keep housing, but the proposed rental protections show a fundamental misunderstanding of what it's like to be a housing provider. All we want is tenants who pay rent on time, take care of the property, don't disturb the neighbors, and also to earn enough to make the investment viable. Rental protections restrict our ability to manage these things and discourage us from keeping our existing properties and adding additional properties. Furthermore, the 5% cap on rent increases is unreasonable based on inflation and regular expenses needed to maintain and improve properties. Also, the displacement assistance is so high that it will effectively function as rent control, regardless of the view of the Oregon Supreme Court. With the high purchase price of houses these days and corresponding high mortgage payments, it doesn't take long to realize that investing in a rental is not financially viable unless you can rely on regular and reasonable rent increases over time. Plus, studies have shown that rent control reduces the number and quality of rentals over time.
Thank you, Todd. Your time is concluded. Next, we will hear from Ian Winbrock, followed by Dan Poliu.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ian Woodrock, and I'm a renter in the Jefferson West Side neighborhood of Ward 1. I'm here to ask you to pass Eugene Rental Protection Phase 2 and catalyze economic development by retaining our student populations once they graduate with rental policies that make them want to stay. When I came to the city of Eugene 4 years ago, I thought this was going to be the community that I lived in for the rest of my life. But because in part of my experiences with housing here, once I graduate with my MBA, I'll be leaving. Unfortunately, stories like mine are all too common. You know this because you've heard from other graduate students tonight, and I hear similar stories every month as I work at a social science research center at the University of Oregon. When students get their PhDs, master's, or undergraduate degrees, they don't want to stay here. They don't want to make a life here because they don't interact with a housing system that makes it easy for them to build a life in Eugene. All that talent, that capacity to start new businesses or serve a community in a myriad of ways, it's gone. And it's one of the main reasons our community is losing economic competitiveness to cities like Bend and those outside the state, but it doesn't have to be this way. More than 30% of renters in Eugene are severely rent burdened, paying more than 50% of their total income on rent alone. This includes our student populations, which is far more ethnically and racially diverse than the population of the city of Eugene. Let's keep those folks here. Many students, particularly first-time college students and students from underrepresented backgrounds, don't have a ton of support systems to help them once they have a bad experience with a landlord, and losing their housing could mean that they have to drop out of school or worse. Landlords already have built-in systems, institutions, and measures to handle problem tenants. Again, I'm advocating that you pass Eugene Rental Protections Phase 2 to catalyze economic development by retaining our student populations once they graduate with rental policies that make them want to stay. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Ian. Next, we will hear from Dan Pulyu, followed by Sue Pritchard.
Hello, my name is Dan Pulyu. I'm from Ward 3. I've lived in Eugene for 33 years. I was last year's Green Party candidate for U.S. Senate. A lot of what I was going to say has already been said, more or less. I've heard some kind of comments on whose fault the whole housing problem is. In my opinion, this is more a general problem of economics that our economic managers in this city in particular have not yet learned the subtle difference between growth and prosperity. So I'm just going to comment a little more on something that both renters and landlords have brought up already, which is it's in the subsection 17, small case M, number 8 is the exemption for the so-called affordable housing, which is, they also include a definition earlier of housing that is designed for renters who make less than 80% median household income. So these are accepted from this relocation assistance. And it strikes me, why is that? I'm not really well versed on this issue, so I may be ignorant, but unless there is some kind of federal or state or other program covering that instead, it seems to me that that's backwards. And I think the landlords are correct to say, well, this is going to cost us a lot of money to people that may not need it. I heard a suggestion there should be an income test, a percentage of income going to rent, a means test. And as a renter who falls into that affordable housing category myself, it makes me wonder, well, you know, what about me? Who is this for? So I suggest, at least for that one section, I'm going to say it again, subsection 17, M8, please take a closer look at that and think about what that's actually going to do. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Next, we will hear from Sue Pritchard, followed by Mike Gredzian.
Hello, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Sue Pritchard and I live in Ward 3. I'm here to oppose item number 3 in phase 2 of the Renter Protection Ordinance. My husband and I have owned rental properties in Eugene for more than 40 years. I find this section to be one of the most disheartening and discouraging provisions that I have seen in the 35 years that I've been actively involved in civic matters. I know that many rental property owners are just like we are. We have a small number of units. We care about our properties. We take good care of them, which, by the way, costs a lot of money and frequently does not involve in any net income. We are reasonable and fair in how much we charge for rent and deposits. We take care of our tenants. Our tenants stay for the shortest period of time, 3 years, and as long as 13 years. We have gone for as many as 8 years without raising the rent at all. This item, number 3, makes me want to sell. The cap on rent and the trigger payments to tenants are simply the wrong answer to a legitimate question for how to house all of the people in our community. If I sell, these little houses will sell to owner occupants. I know that because I've seen it on my street for the last several years. They no longer make sense as an investment, but they are a very hot commodity in the buyer's market. So there go more rental properties out of the pool. We definitely need more affordable renter property, not less. And rather than punishing people who are doing their best to provide decent housing, we need to incentivize for creation of more affordable housing. Sadly, item 3 is not a good idea. And I really hope that you will reconsider and focus on incentives rather than punishment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sue. Next, we will hear from Mike Gredzian, followed by Tim Olguin. Mike, I have allowed your video.
Madam Mayor and Council, my name is Mike Gredzian. I'm a Eugene resident for almost 30 years in Ward 4. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I'm an Egan warming shelter volunteer for over a decade. I support 2 homeless organizations, and I'm a caring and responsible housing provider. You know what? I haven't seen anybody talk about why are we here today? We are at the culmination of 4 decades of neglecting building adequate housing supply. This lack of supply, which really should be addressed, and the council's solution is, well, this situation become a huge sword of Damocles hanging over the entire community. And the council's solution is to skewer housing providers on the point of the sword. But telling housing providers they must bear the burden for homelessness and 4 decades of lack of supply and run their businesses like a charity does not increase the housing supply. I'm going to ask why the city of Eugene doesn't have a plan for low-income public housing or a plan to assist developers to produce low-income housing. These directly address the root cause, the housing supply. My humble suggestion is to include housing providers in the development of sensible, fair, and balanced regulations. I'm not against regulations, and I know there's some unscrupulous landlords out there. I'd like to stop them myself if I ever caught one, but that's another story. But I think we have enough regulations in place. We just don't have enough housing supply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next, we will hear from Tim Olguin, followed by Danny Noonan, speaker number 54.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tim Olguin. I'm a small real estate developer and landlord. My wife and I are currently constructing the first middle housing building in Springfield. We believe that building more densely makes use of existing infrastructure and reduces urban sprawl. We have partnered with Lane Community College's construction program to supply hands-on construction experience for their students. Our goal has been to build our rental units affordably and rent them out at a couple $100s below market. My wife and I also own some rental units in Eugene and are concerned about the potential relocation assistance program. Speaking as a landlord, in general, landlords want to keep their tenants, as turnovers are very expensive and time-consuming for landlords. Landlords want to find and keep tenants who will be respectful to their property that they have worked hard to prepare for them. However, there are situations where tenants are not respectful of the property. Landlords should have every avenue within the first year to be able to assess if the tenant is a good fit for their property. I also have a question. Can the city of Eugene override the state law, which I believe caps rental increases at 7%? I know the cap on applicant screening fees was defeated in court a few weeks ago. I wonder if the cap in rents at 5% would also find the same resistance. In summary, I'm an advocate in providing housing that is more affordable, but I'm concerned that forced relocation assistance goes too far. This kind of ordinance makes us pause. Would we ever want to develop housing in Eugene? Or does it encourage us to sell our Eugene rentals and keep investing in Springfield?
Thank you, Tim. Next, we will hear from Danny Noonan, followed by Tim Morris.
Good evening, Eugene City Council. For the record, my name is Danny Noonan and I'm a renter in Ward 7. You've heard from me many times about climate policy in my capacity as representative of the nonprofit Breach Collective. And as others have mentioned this evening, housing justice is climate justice. But I'm here this evening as a renter and resident, and I strongly urge you to pass Eugene Rental Protections Phase 2 with displacement prevention assistance. I've rented in the city since 2015 and continuously since 2018. While there are many things keeping me living in Eugene, the increasing tightness of the rental market is not one of them. Whereas statistically, the average landlord in this city in that time has enjoyed both astronomical increases in capital gains and rents. There are more important stories to hear from renters this evening, so I will just say that the argument that deregulation and increasing supply is somehow a panacea for high rents is without substance. It reflects a fairy tale version of economics that has never worked anywhere that it has been tried. Take, for example, my home city of Sydney, Australia, which by any measure is a housing developer's paradise, including both massive infill and sprawl and the extension of urban growth boundaries over the last couple of decades, yet has some of the highest rents and tightest rental markets in the world. In fact, recent reporting in the Sydney Morning Herald has shown that a frightening number of homes in Sydney sit empty, unavailable for rent as speculative investments or converted permanently into vacation rentals, as many as one in 3 homes in some neighbourhoods. That is the inevitable future of landlord and developer-driven free market housing policy in Eugene. The best way to get people in housing and keep them there is through robust rental protections. I again encourage you to pass this rental protection package with the displacement prevention assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Next, we will hear from Tim Morris, followed by Don Hetty.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager Mideri. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. For the record, my name is Timothy Morris. I'm a resident of Ward 1, and I come before you today as the Executive Director of the Springfield Eugene Tenant Association. I'm here to share why our organization has decided to support the Eugene Renter Protections in Phase 2. CETA runs the only free tenant hotline in the area. And every day we hear the fallout and consequences of the lack of protections for those most vulnerable, renters. Sorry, some of the stories tonight have caught me. No-cause evictions are inherently inequitable, and it is because it removes the tenant's ability to have their day in court. In addition to that, because of that, no-cause evictions have absolutely no oversight or transparency. And the only transparency that we do have in this community is CETA. Our hotline reports that for every 2 calls that we receive about 4 cause evictions, we receive 1 call about no cause evictions, 2 to 1. And we know that not everyone contacts us when they receive an eviction. So we know that number is much higher. In addition to that, DPA will help prevent unsupervised retaliation and other issues that come from landlords. We know of at least 2 tenants immediately following the Phase 1 public hearing of the renter protections who were no cause evicted following their public testimony. We know one of them is currently living in her car with 3 of her children, and we have no idea what happened to the other one. They've been banished because they spoke out. I really want to recognize the tenants who have come tonight and been brave and shared their experiences. Opponents will claim a lot of hypotheticals tonight. It may cause housing development issues, and it may make them sell their homes, and it may raise rents, but tenants are sharing their reality with you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy. Next, we will hear from Don Hetty, followed by Margaret Boutel.
Good evening, council, staff. My name's Don Hetty. I live in Ward 7, and I'm here tonight to speak in behalf of support of full renter protections, specifically the DPA. I'd like to give a little background. Just a few short years ago, my homelessness was prevented through no fault of my own, and through, boy, it does take a village, my friends, my family, the quite frankly, shelter care and Catholic community services. I was able to avoid that. I'm disabled, and before that could all get adjudicated, I was hamstrung. Just a little bit of background about what we deal with out there. I am disabled under Social Security. I receive $1,569 a month. And my rent is 46% of that, 46%. In September, I received a rent increase of 9.9%. Within 10 days, within the same month, I was notified that it's now 14.68 because that's the max allowable by law. Because see, my landlord had gotten in touch with Eugene renter owners, and they suggested that she do that. I'm on really good terms with my landlord. I spoke to her yesterday about a 4-cause eviction that we're having problems with. I live in a 12-unit apartment in the WIT, and I have the most affordable rent in Eugene with my 14.68% increase and my 46% of my income. Where am I going to go? This is about renter protection. It's not about supply. We're dealing with that. And we've got.
Thank you, Don. Your time has concluded.
Thank you very much. Let's go.
Next, we will hear from Margaret Boutel, followed by Amy Leahy. Margaret, are you in the room? Okay. All right. I'm not seeing a Margaret coming up. Amy Leahy. Amy Leahy will be followed by Stefan Strack.
Hello, my name is Amy Leahy, and I'm a renter from Santa Clara and a member of the Eugene Tenants Alliance. I was recently displaced by a no-fault eviction as my landlord cited the need to renovate. This caused my rent to go from 30% of my income to 50%. I'm here today to ask the City Council to pass Eugene Renter Protection Phase 2 in order to protect renters from falling into homelessness. Just before Memorial Weekend 2022, I asked my landlord for a copy of my month-to-month rental agreement. In return, I received a no-cause eviction and a check for 1 month's rent. I was in shock, as I had been in my home for almost 5 years. I was terrified that I was being forced to find a new home for 5 people and 2 animals. Unable to find an appropriate size rental, we took a smaller place, and one of my family members had to move into their own unit. The 1 month of rent I received for displacement assistance covered only 50% of the deposits at my new home. I shouldered the costs of application fees, additional deposits, U-Haul rental, and moving people. 6 months later, I am still paying for these costs as I was forced to utilize credit cards for these additional charges. Moving is considered one of the most stressful life events, and when you're only given 90 days and a third of the money needed, it really takes a toll. I hope this gives an understanding to the challenges renters face when forced to move, and I ask that the City Council pass Eugene Renter Protection Phase 2 to protect renters from falling into homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Next, we will hear from Stefan Strack, followed by Vicki Miller.
Hello, good day. Thank you all so much for the time tonight and putting so many people on the docket and committing to fitting everyone in. That's very impressive. We have such an open community. I'm really proud to hear so many people that are very brave to speak about the hardship that they've gone through with their various evictions and relocations, there's not much in the world that's harder than losing your home. I've heard some criticism about helping those with money, interestingly enough, from some of the landlords that spoke today. But interestingly, currently about 36% of people who make at least $250,000 a year are living paycheck to paycheck. And that's pretty impressive of how tough times are. If people making $250,000 are living paycheck to paycheck, where does that put people who don't have much money? Just about in 2012, I was living in a 3-bedroom house that cost $795. And I was able to split the rent with 2 friends from high school and my girlfriend I was living with. That's pretty affordable housing. And you can't find that in Eugene anymore. And there's a lot of valid questions about how to bring that back. I think there's been some really good ideas put forth here tonight, and that house is torn down now. Just about 10 years ago today, that was my home. And I want to see more affordable housing so that more people can have that chance. That was really cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Next, we will hear from speaker number 60, Vicki Miller, followed by Chris McAllister.
Hi, I'm Vicki Miller, Ward 1. I would like to speak in opposition to the Phase 2 renter protections under consideration. I'm a public high school teacher and I own 2 rentals as part of my retirement plan. I'm a regular person with a regular job, and I work very hard to be a responsible landlord and provide quality rental properties for my tenants. And I'd like to add, I'm not rich. I'm a part-time teacher and I earn about $35,000 a year in addition to my minimal rental income. First, I would like to express my concern for the need of a Eugene rental housing code at all. Any modifications to landlord-tenant laws should be made at the state level and only at the state level. Most landlords act in good faith and work very hard to stay current on the already complex set of Oregon landlord-tenant laws. I know I do. Though the Eugene Rental Housing Codes states that it is intended to supplement rather than conflict with Oregon landlord-tenant laws, these local codes create an additional layer of rules that further complicate the rental process. I hear tenants mock this concern, but if you want us to follow the law, then adding layers of local rules on top of state law doesn't make it easy. Second, I'm extremely discouraged by the one-sided makeup of the Housing Policy Board. The proposed recommendations were developed by tenant advocates. Will these excessive rental restrictions really do anything to address the core problem, increasing the affordable housing supply in our community, or will they simply restrict the rights of housing providers and make Eugene a very risky place to be a landlord? And the proposed relocation assistance alone would do me in. As it is written, if I decide to undertake renovations that render the unit unfit for occupancy, such as removing the popcorn ceiling in one of my houses, why should I have to pay my tenant 3 times the current fair market rent to move out?
Thank you, Vicki. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Chris McAllister, followed by Kevin Cronin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Chris McAllister, and I work in on unhoused solutions, as well as the greater Lane County area. I'm here today to share with you a perspective as to what comes next if we find no relief for situations such as what you have and will hear tonight. We participate with the safe sleep sites and other low barrier shelter options, and in the case triage for folks unable to be safe in their current options. We have seen an unprecedented increase in seniors over the age of 75 fall into the streets in the past year and find ourselves struggling to find adequate shelter for folks who have never been displaced before and now are not able to afford the rent. We have struggled in this community on what to do with mental health, addiction, unemployed persons, and medical fragility. We are seeing the growth of newer group of unhoused folks, the displaced retiree, as well as an increase to the number of displaced persons living solely on disability. There is a vast difference between finding housing for persons with disabilities, seniors, and persons seeking recovery, and holding proper shelter is at the same difficulty. Stretched organizations and supply chain issues make a troubled community response struggle, and then another wave of recently displaced comes on. Highest needs folks falling out of housing, coupled with dozens of economic refugees, makes for less room to succeed. Our community solutions often lump these folks together, and that sometimes leads to unexpected things. Part of the governor's emergency order calls for prevention efforts. Perhaps matching the landlord with allocations from the governor could be one of the shared pathways for turning this downturn upwards. There's not a single fix to solve all of the homeless issues in this town. There are ways to prevent the increasing numbers from overwhelming the huge lift already shouldered by your staff and the city wards as they look at carrying it forward. Please hear the needs of your people and know their struggle. We can do this together if we are not fighting for survival, with measured responses to stem the flow of displaced persons. Solutions for every ward, all in. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, Chris. Next, we will hear from Kevin Cronin, followed by Nancy McKay.
Hello, Eugene City Council. For the record, my name is Kevin Cronin. I'm a renter and I live in Ward 8. I'm here today to ask you to pass displacement prevention assistance in phase 2. I submitted 11 pages of written comments outlining in detail reasons for each particular part of the policy at the request of Councilor Zelenka. Our public policies have allowed the homeless and renter crisis to persist for years on end. We have created homelessness on a systemic level, on a societal level, and on a scale that we've not witnessed since the Great Depression. Phase 2 and displacement prevention assistance do two things. One, they reduce and remove barriers to exit homelessness. And two, they prevent homelessness from occurring. It's important to remember that DPA only triggers because a tenant is leaving the place they call home. It's not rent control, it's tent control. According to the annual reports of the REITs, the people that are the Wall Street landlords, if you read American Campus Communities and Graystar, they actually avoid markets that pass tenant protections. So people that say that it's going to be all sold to REITs, they don't know what they're talking about. Opposition to these reforms continue to repeat the same tired messaging anytime meaningful solutions are presented. You heard the arguments a dozen times. Landlords are running ads that make false statements about the content of phase 2. They've retaliated against tenant leaders, harassing them at work and evicting them in response to speaking out. More than one renter here tonight asked me if they could use a fake name in order to be not retaliated against. Violence and intimidation have no place in the public process. On the other hand, we've been very thoughtful about this process. I ask you for your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kevin. Next, we will hear from Nancy McKay, followed by Marilyn McGee.
Hi, I'm Nancy McKay, Ward 2. My husband and I own and operate and manage the rental of our first home and 5 apartments attached to it, which we purchased from friends in a loan that they financed in 2012. We have relationships with all of our tenants and have financially helped them out as necessary. We know their interests, their families, their pets. During COVID, we provided hundreds of dollars of reduced rent and free laundry service. And more recently, a tenant lost her job and we gave her 1 month free rent and then waited 3 months without receiving rent until she could get caught up, because we value the relationships with our tenants and keeping them in place. All but one of our tenants, our newest one, have been with us between 5 and 20 years because some of them we inherited from our previous owner. This year we're in the red because of a new carport that we built ourselves for our tenants. Most of our money goes to mortgage, taxes, insurance, and property maintenance, and I work full-time in special education to pay our bills. We cannot afford to pay upwards of $3,000, the equivalent of years of profit, if we need to ask a problem tenant to leave. As rental owners, we assume a lot of risk of a potential tenant, and we are not part of the policy process. To my knowledge, there are no rental owners on the Housing Policy Board. We want to provide fair housing and we want to give people a chance to build their positive rental history. We should be key contributors in fixing the housing crisis in Eugene, but instead our only representation is to speak up individually at city council meetings. This is disheartening as a Eugene resident my entire adult life. The proposed tenant relocation assistance increases the risk of doing business considerably for us. So just as in Portland has lost 14% of their rental supply, Eugene rentals will become too risky for family-owned operations like ourselves to keep, and single-family homes will trickle out of the rental market and become owner-occupied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nancy. Next, we will hear from Marilyn Nagy, followed by Lana Shida.
Hi, my name is Marilyn. I've been a single landlord for 10 years. It's been really hard on me. It's not been easy, but I'm doing it. I've been really good to my tenants. I waive late fees. I keep the property clean. I give gift certificates at Christmas time. I keep rents low. I've raised rent on tenants only 3 times in 10 years. And I don't appreciate being lumped into the bad landlord group because that's not what I am. I do support a reasonable rent cap and a 90-day notice. I understand the hardships if we don't do that. But I don't believe that my responsibility as a landlord should go beyond providing a safe and functioning house to paying a departing tenant's rent. I don't think that should rest on me. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Next, we will hear from Lana Shida, followed by Marcia Edwards.
Hi, thank you so much for providing this opportunity for conversation and discussion. Like many others here, I have concerns regarding the relocation assistance program. Providing 3 months worth of relocation assistance to tenants can have harmful effects on both tenants and small landlords who rent rooms in their homes to community members. I do not understand why rented rooms and shared housing are not categorized as middle housing, as they are clearly in the spirit of middle housing. While relocation assistance might seem like a helpful solution to ease the burden of moving costs, it can create unintended consequences for tenants and small landlords. For tenants, the offer of relocation assistance can incentivize people to intentionally inconvenience and abuse their housemates or landlord in a way that does not materially breach their lease. By gaming the system in this way, they can essentially score free rent by the quarter. I agree with prior testimonies reporting that relocation assistance will result in a dramatic increase in for-cause evictions, stricter lease language, and a more acrimonious landlord-tenant relationship. Small landlords who rent rooms in their homes may also be negatively impacted by the provisions of relocation assistance. This is because they might not have the financial resources to cover the cost of relocation assistance, which can be really substantial. In conclusion, while the idea of providing 3 months worth of relocation assistance to tenants might seem like a helpful solution, it will create unintended consequences for both community members and small landlords who live in shared houses. At the very least, I'd hope that you deeply reconsider phase 2 relocation assistance for no-cause evictions for shared housing situation. Shared housing is clearly in the spirit of middle housing, and these are for people who've lived in a shared home for less than a year. Relocation assistance in these cases is prohibitive and may ultimately lead to decreased middle housing rental availability. Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. Next, we will hear from Marcia Edwards, followed by Catherine Dunn.
Hello, my name is Marcia Edwards, and my mom owns 3 homes in Eugene that she's rented out. The rent from those homes support her housing in a senior living center in Santa Clara. It works great if she can navigate property management labyrinth without carrying too much liability. My mom has done a beautiful job of sustaining herself, and I aspire to be like her. However, she's feeling ill prepared by the deluge of paperwork and process that encumbers her ability to transition when a tenant vacates one of her rentals, given this proposed legislation. Right now, my mom's ecosystem is housing 4 families, including herself. This is a delicate balance. If, for example, my mom has a tenant who feels they do not want to pay the 5% increase in rent as allowable by this current proposal, They can move out. Then my mom will have to produce $6,200 on the spot to pay out the tenant. If my mom cannot meet the requirements of the housing providers paying displaced prevention assistance equal to 3 times the current rent as defined by HUD, the tenant whose rent was increased by 5% or more in a 12-month period, she cannot absorb the increase in her personal housing costs. That would jeopardize her, and it would trigger the end of her rentals. This would force her to sell and lose housing coverage for her and the other 2 tenants. My mom's not ill-intended or an opportunist. She does not want to hurt or take advantage of anyone. While recognizing some people are not as well suited and well intended, please also recognize that people are doing the best they can with what they have. Their pockets are not bottomless. Consider these folks and what they're doing to do the right thing. Consider this delicate ecosystem. It's not us against them. Without landlords, there cannot be tenants. Without tenants, there cannot be no landlords. If this is significant government and there's significant impacts that may have unintended damage. These unintended consequences must be explored before the scales are tipped by this underdeveloped intervention. Slow down and put more input into it before taking on this significant legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Next, we will hear from Catherine Dunn, followed by Paul Fenley.
Hi, I'm Catherine Dunn, Ward 5. I am a realtor and I work with lots of investors here in Eugene, even ones coming in from the outside, and they ask me about what renter protections might be coming, and I have to let them know, and it does dissuade them. I'm also a housing provider. I've had houses that I've rented out for 25 years now. I've never evicted one tenant. I've thought about one during the first year, but I let them slide and they're still renters. But I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed renter protections because these regulations would take away private property rights. And they can be considered regulatory takings without just compensation. They would interfere with reasonable investment-backed expectations of housing providers, which is a critical consideration when determining whether a government regulation constitutes a taking. By imposing these regulations, the City Council would be unfairly and unjustly benefiting one group, renters, at the expense of another group, housing providers, without providing just compensation for the loss of property rights. Additionally, these regulations would harm those who supply our community with the housing that we need for rentals. And these are people who are assets to our community. They would interfere with the owner's ability to maintain and improve their properties and generate a reasonable return on their investments. These regulations also are not in the best interest of renters. They would reduce the housing supply, making it harder for renters to find affordable and suitable housing. And it's just kind of I believe it's kind of a mess what we have here. I think that the renters do need to be or the landlords do need to be involved in this discussion. So I urge you to vote no on this ordinance and get back in touch with landlords to help you with these. We know the intricacies of this.
Thank you, Catherine. Your time is concluded. Next, we will hear from Paul Fenley, followed by David Dillon.
Good evening, City Councilors, Mayor Venus, and City Manager. My name is Paul Finley, and I'm from Ward 7. I own a few mortgage burdened single-family homes around Eugene, and I do most of the work to keep these properties in mint condition between tenants. Today, I'm here to represent housing providers and speak against the proposed renter protections, also known as anti-housing provider amendments to 8.425, and echo another housing provider and artistic director of Oregon Music Festival, Zvonimir Hacko, and his key points. As housing providers, we find practically every amendment is problematic or disturbing to us. So we want to question the fundamental rationale behind these amendments. Let's take subsection number 17, relocation assistance, as an example. While we appreciate the noble idea behind this provision, why should housing providers pay for relocation at all? It seems unfair to put the burden of our social problems on the back of housing providers. Laws have to be just on both sides, and it's an American fundamental right to own, control, and protect our property. The ECC is using social engineering methods to trample on this right, and we find it egregious to see such persistence in being irrational, unfair, and unbalanced to let them open the city coffers while supposedly acting equitably. If ECC believes strongly in housing equity, then let them open the city coffers and pay for it. Housing providers in general want stable and good renters. And we want to put in, and we're put in a difficult position when bad laws do.
Thank you, Paul. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from David Dillon, followed by Ryan Thorell. Is there a David Dillon in the room? All right, we will move on to the next speaker, speaker number 70, Ryan Thorell.
My name is Ryan Thorell. I live in Ward 3, and I'm the managing partner at Campus Connection Property Management. My company represents 142 property owners and handles more than 500 units in the greater Eugene area. Guess what? I'm not here to tell you that we can't or shouldn't come up with more tenant protection or regulation. Rather, I'd like to offer some alternative solutions that may actually better serve all of your constituents. If your goal is to protect vulnerable tenants, let's do that with a direct approach. I suggest you increase the annual per unit fees charged to all landlords, say $100 a unit, and create a fund for displacement assistance and maybe even other benefits. Better yet, push these funds to organizations who already work with low-income tenants, such as Homes for Good, St. Vincent de Paul, and Catholic Community Services. While we're at it, if you want to make housing more affordable, the per unit fee to $200 per year. Then you'll be able to contribute more assistance to those tenants who qualify through the very services previously mentioned. If you want to get rid of bad landlords, let's create a system to solve that specific problem. Why not create a licensing system for landlords? Require every landlord take an 8-hour class and pass a short test. This would work like the CCB. If a landlord receives too many complaints or fails to follow laws, they should lose their license and be required to hire a third party to manage their property. If you want to eliminate cutthroat policies by venture capitalists, create real exemptions for small landlords. At a minimum, small landlords with 4 or fewer units should be exempt from displacement assistance programs. Better yet, target large corporations with your legislation and encourage local investment by making owners with up to 25 units exempt. We can do better. Please pause to reconsider the goals and reasons behind this legislation. I urge you to follow past precedent and create targeted laws protecting tenants and owner rights.
Thank you, David. Next, Ryan. Next, we will hear from Lilia Hines, followed by Kim McCarty.
Hello, City Council and Mayor Venice. My name is Lilia Hines and I live in Ward 3. I'm here to ask you to please pass Eugene Renters Protections Phase 2 to prevent widespread economic disparity and prevent homelessness. We are in such an extreme housing crisis here in Eugene. You can see it everywhere. I've seen the direct effects of eviction and homelessness on my own family and community. There's not a day that goes by where I don't think about housing insecurity. Displacement prevention assistance could mean the difference between living inside or surviving on the streets. I cannot emphasize enough how significant these protections would help my peers and I who live here, for all renters that work in customer service, the restaurant industry, and retail. A limit on security deposits means that we can actually afford to apply for housing that would otherwise price us out. The city is so unaffordable for folks that are middle to low income, and these protections would help us continue to live here. There's such a need for support for our houseless neighbors, and this additional assistance would make it so that we can keep more people in stable housing. We all deserve safe and affordable homes. So just to reiterate, I am here today to ask you to please pass Eugene Renters Protections Phase 2 to prevent economic disparity and prevent homelessness. Thank you so much for your time and patience.
Thank you, Lilia. Next, we will hear from Kim McCarty, followed by Charlie Hansen.
Good evening. My name is Kim McCarty. I'm Executive Director for the Community Alliance of Tenants. And I come to you today in great support of the Eugene Tenant Protections Phase 2. I can tell you as the Director of the Community Alliance of Tenants, we've been here advocating for tenant rights for over 25 years. We have a hotline. People from throughout the state call us on a daily basis, telling us about the troubles that they've had with access to rent, with getting their security deposits back, with being destabilized from their communities. We also know that these protections that have been proposed have been built from your community, with your community, and they're very reasonable. They're based on tenant protections that are in place throughout the country with the intent of creating more fairness, more predictability for both the tenant and the landlord, to make sure that your community as a whole doesn't face the destabilization that can lead to your housing stock not being available for the people who work in your city, or your housing stock being taken up by the tourism industry instead, and not available for the people who have grown up and lived here for generations. So these are very reasonable protections. They're very sensible for the marketplace. They're even responsive to the needs of small landlords. And so I highly urge you to support the Eugene Tenant Protections Phase 2.
Thank you, Kim. Next, we will hear from Charlie Hansen, followed by Todd Miller.
Council members and City Council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Charlie Hansen. I've been a property manager for 19 years. I would like to speak about limiting security deposits to 2 times the amount. I am known for renting to very marginal applicants and to convicted felons. People call me and tell me that someone referred them to me as I rented to that person in the past when nobody else would. If you limit security deposits, I won't be able to rent to these marginal applicants. I have to protect my rental owners and limit their risk. One of the most stressful things in my job is doing security deposit accountings, as most tenants think they left a place in pristine condition. If I don't have it move-in ready, then I get complaints from the new tenants. I only charge what it takes to get the unit back to the condition it was when our tenants moved in. I love giving back the whole security deposit, and I was able to do so for 4 previous tenants last summer. I've been a property manager for 19 years. I've only been able to refund about 10 full security deposits, and believe me, I would love to do it every time. Also, last summer, I had some college students leave a house in the worst condition that I have seen as a property manager. It cost over $7,500 to get it back to the condition it was when they moved in 2 years before. They took every blind, every curtain rod, every curtain, and removed from the house. I also had some tenants last summer that lived in a place for only 1 year. They were 50-something professional couple. Their dog chewed the carpet. They left a pile of garbage in the bedroom. The carpet on the stairs had to be replaced because it had been so soiled so badly. I do inspections every 3.
Thank you, Charlie. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Todd Miller, followed by Jennifer Sparks. Jennifer Sparks, I don't see your name in Zoom. Please change it to match.
Well, thank you, council members. My name is Todd Miller. I'm in Ward 1, Councilor Semple's ward. Really, I just want to give you the perspective from a mom and pop housing provider and what the implications of this would be for me. Really, the regulations that you're proposing could possibly create an undue burden on me and my wife. And as you pile on more and more of these regulations, it just makes it more and more difficult for me to run this business. Let me just give you some perspective and some characteristics of what I think a mom and pop housing provider is. In almost 30 years of it being in the rental business, we've raised rent on our tenants exactly one time. Being a housing provider is not our day job. So I am also a working class person, like some of the tenants that I have. Fortunately, we have the flexibility to work with some tenants who might not fit the normal mold. We've had opportunities to help a single mom work through some tough times. We've also had the opportunity to provide housing to a mixed race gay veteran couple moving in that needed housing for a short period of time. And most other landlords would demand a 1-year lease for something like that. So we feel proud to be able to help them. Under your definition, as I understand it, a small landlord would have to make 80% or less of the area median income, which I don't have the exact figures, but I think it's around $50,000 a year. So I don't imagine there are many landlords that are in that business at that income level. Finally, I just want to say very plainly that my wife and I have worked very hard. We've made a lot of sacrifices to be able to provide housing to people. Being housing providers, we want to stay in this business, but understand that as the regulations get more complex, if we have to sell, we want to keep the money in here and not sell to something like BlackRock. So please consider this as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. I do not see Jennifer Sparks in the Zoom queue, so we are moving on to our next Zoom speaker, Madeline Cohen, followed by Patricia Hine. Madeline, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, Mayor Vinnis and members of the Eugene City Council. My name is Madeline Cowan. I'm a resident of Ward 2. I'm speaking here on behalf of myself in strong support for the displacement prevention assistance and expanding renters protections broadly. As a person that's lived in Eugene for almost 10 years, I've been a renter in many different neighborhoods throughout the city and have experienced varying degrees of renters and landlords as such. You might be asking yourself now how the policies overlap with our missions to address environmental and climate issues. But really, tenant protections are actually climate protections. Renters injustice is environmental injustice. It's very much the last defense from our impacts of the climate crisis. And as we experience extreme wildfire and extreme heat, intense weather patterns, as well as other impacts from climate change, it's more important than ever that we protect the people that are most vulnerable. I ask you to please take action to ensure that our renters, who make up the majority of the population in our city, that they are protected from unjust evictions. Please make sure those living with housing parity are prevented from being thrown on the streets. Please pass displacement assistance prevention. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. Next, we will hear from Patricia Hine, followed by Sarah Means.
Good evening, councilors. Mayor Vinnis, Patty Hine here. I live in the county. A little feedback there. I'm here today on behalf of 350 to Eugene to urge you to pass Eugene Renter Protections Phase 2 with displacement prevention assistance. Climate change is here, as we know, and community members least responsible for contributing any of those polluting planet heating emissions are first and worst affected by it as our crisis deepens. Our unhoused community is case in point. As housing costs continue to skyrocket, growing numbers of formerly housed neighbors will lack the resources to adapt to rising costs of living and wage stagnation. And they have to live on our streets, taxing community resources to meet their complex needs. I don't have to tell you. As a matter of consumer protection, we can and should assist this small percentage of our most vulnerable tenants who are evicted through no fault of their own. With Renter Protections Phase 2 with displacement prevention assistance, we can reduce the economic hardship on both renters and small landlords, as well as ultimately on our own community. Also, as a point of clarification, The Renter Protections Committee was comprised of 5 landlords and 5 renters. The chair of that committee and the Housing Policy Board was a landlord. Please support and pass this ordinance as soon as possible. It's a small step that many other communities have successfully taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Next, we will hear from Sarah Means, followed by Angelique Orman.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Means. I represent OB Companies in Ward 7. As a housing provider in this community, the renter protections phase 2 are of great concern to us, particularly the proposed displacement prevention assistance. We can all agree that finding solutions to homelessness and the lack of housing needs to be a top priority here in Eugene. In fact, OB Companies is committed to being part of that solution for these challenges. We don't believe the current tactics being considered will address the underlying problems our community is facing regarding housing. In fact, it will likely have a negative impact on housing supply. Several housing studies, including the State Regional Housing Needs Analysis, make it clear that we are in dire need of units. Governor Kotek recently announced an annual housing production goal of 36,000 units at all levels of affordability to address Oregon's current housing shortage and keep pace with projected population growth. City staff have stated there is a demand for more than 16,400 dwelling units across all income levels in this community. Strategies have been identified to address the housing shortage. These include a reduction in regulation and financial impediments, and creating regulatory and financial incentives. The proposed Renter Protections Phase 2 ordinance, and specifically DPA, is in direct conflict with these identified strategies. In fact, these policies may very well create a long list of unintended consequences that will lead to fewer available units. Increased regulation and risk, coupled with no additional incentive to build housing in this community, will have a disastrous impact on housing supply and negatively impact anyone in need of housing. Public policy with such broad applicability and impact should be carefully considered based in unbiased data and account for unintended consequences. Rather than rush approval of a policy that has admittedly little data to show it will have the intended outcomes, a better course of action would be to direct staff to convene further discussions directly with housing providers and developers and renter advocates alike to find common ground on rental protection efforts.
Thank you, Sarah. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Angelique Orman, followed by speaker number 80, Misty Frost. Note, Misty, I do not see you in the Zoom queue. Please change your name or Angelique will be followed by David De La Torre. Angelique, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Angelique Orman, and I am a realtor, and I own 5 highly mortgaged rental units, which are my retirement. I have been following the suggestions from the Housing Policy Board, and I'm terrified that what is proposed as renter protections will backfire spectacularly, leading to a drastic decrease in rentals in the city of Eugene, further compounding an already tight rental market. I understand frustrations about high rents and would like to provide some perspective. This is not based on a whim of housing providers. As of today, the 12-month average price of a 3-bedroom in the city of Eugene is $499,418. For a rental property, you put 20% down minimum, $100,000 up front. The monthly mortgage is $3,200 a month on that property. For the lady looking for a 3-bedroom under $1,500, good luck. This unit is likely to be rented at or below the monthly mortgage, the investor having to subsidize the mortgage until the rent values catch up, except for that will take decades at 5% per year. Taxes alone increase 3% per year, and maintenance and repairs are more expensive than ever. I need to mention that even the Housing Policy Board thinks the 5% trigger is a joke. Displacement prevention assistance of $5,751 for a 3-bedroom amounts to many years, maybe decades of profit. It puts small landlords in danger of foreclosure, and only large corporations will be able to become landlords. Oregon has strong rental protections already, with a few crucial and common sense exceptions for landlords. Eugene going too far will only serve to decrease the type and amount of housing. Landlords will not take chances on marginal applicants, and rents will increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelique. Next, we will hear from Misty Frost, followed by David De La Torre.
Hello, Mayor Venice, city councilors, and fellow community members.
My name is Misty Frost, and I am employed as a peer support specialist. And I am on the board of directors for River Road Community Organization. I'm in Ward 7. The following statement does not represent the opinion of my employer or any other organizations I'm affiliated with. I'm a single mom and a caregiver to my disabled veteran father, who is also an enrolled member of the Crow Tribe of Montana. I am also a student at the University of Oregon and majoring in social science. I've been a renter in Eugene for 20 years, and the majority of the time a full worker and barely making ends meet. Been no cause evicted about 10 years ago, and luckily grandma was there to help me. I was very lucky. I've always been a worker bee, here to help those most vulnerable in our community. Due to the array of helper jobs, I have vicarious trauma because it's really rough for people out there right now needing help. I recognize that you're bombarded with stories of property owners and their concerns and opinions, but I'm asking you to hear the voices of the renters 10,000-fold tonight. Our voices matter. Our communities know what we need. We show up every week, tirelessly organizing around the clock to come here to speak to you, to speak our truth. We're standing on Indigenous stolen land. You all listen to a land acknowledgement every day. It's kind of hard for me, being a descendant of Indigenous people, to listen to white European settlers complain about how they might pay something for their profits here.
Thank you, Misty. Your time is concluded. Next, we will hear from David De La Torre, followed by William O'Brien.
Good evening, Mayor Venus and members of the Eugene City Council. For the record, my name is David De La Torre. I live in Ward 8. I'm here today as a resident on behalf of myself to urge you to pass Renters Protections Phase 2 with displacement prevention assistance. I believe that displacement prevention assistance programs would help promote well-being of families as well as more resilient neighborhoods. 52% of Eugene's populations are renters, and so this policy would offer a significant portion of fellow residents with tenant protections. A no-cause eviction or large rent increase can cause significant economic hardship and increases the likelihood that tenants will experience homelessness. Please support Eugene Renter Protections Phase 2 with displacement prevention assistance. The 3 months does not consider additional and often overlooked costs, such as hours of time, physical and emotional labor, and the toll on your networks of support that it takes to relocate from your home. I thus urge you to pass these important renter protections as soon as possible.
Thank you, David. Next, we will hear from William O'Brien, followed by Mary Riley. Is there a William O'Brien in the room? Okay. Mary Riley, you're up.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for your service. I am a Ward 7 representative, and I am a realtor for a couple who are investors who are also Ward 7 residents. And they asked me as their agent to share their thoughts about the proposal. They say that as future investors who are looking to spending upwards of several $1 million in investment properties in Eugene, Oregon, the tenant relocation assistance would deter us from making such investments in this city. The conditions seem very unreasonable and would take from the income we are trying to build. It doesn't balance out. This is a business for us and an investment in our retirement, and this ordinance would affect that for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we will hear from Jamie Duhamel, followed by Misty Jones.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Duhamel, and I'm a resident of Portland. I'm testifying tonight because I am one of the authors of the tenant protection policies that these ordinances you are considering tonight are inspired by. And tonight, I've heard all the same opposition we heard from landlords and their lawyers years ago when our policies were being discussed. And I'd like to point out that you had the opportunity to hear from Portland landlords tonight, and no one testified that any of this catastrophizing was ever actualized. And we don't even have a small landlord compensation fund. In addition, these laws have withstood all legal challenges. People said there would be a huge turnover of small landlords and all the rentals would be bought by outside interests. And we did see some turnover of small landlords, but not more than one would expect to see when major new consumer protections are introduced into a local industry that has always operated without them. What we saw was a buy-up of units, not from the outside, but from large local landlords who are willing to meet the challenge of a greater professionalization of the local industry in order to continue to profit from it. They figured it out, like the savvy business owners that they are, and rental properties continue to be the easiest and hottest profit maker in the city. We also heard that single family homes for rent would become scarce, but we haven't found that to be true either. The percentage of rental homes that we did lose simply became new homeownership opportunities. And finally, we heard that capping security deposits would increase liabilities and out-of-pocket costs, thus raising the rent. But shockingly, in a turn of events none of us saw coming, many Portland landlords are now choosing not to charge a deposit at all. And that may be because Portland's policy has more stringent provisions attached to it, but regardless, it demonstrates that when faced with consumer protections that do not allow them to use deposits like supplemental income, they choose not to bother with it. And this very clearly demonstrates that what they claim are business risks may not be an accurate representation of real risks, but rather an industry mythology developed over time to justify their practices. Thank you very much for your time and for listening to everybody's testimony and for your consideration of these critical protections.
Thank you, Jamie. Next, we will hear from Misty Jones, followed by Aya Cockrum.
Good evening, Mayor Venice and councilors. My name is Misty Jones. I am a renter in Ward 1 here in Eugene. I'm also the owner of a small local property management company. I moved here about 5 years ago, have lived in multiple states, cities, and another country, and was surprised at the situation of renting here in Eugene. It's been standard practice for my company to process applications in the order in which they are received. It has been standard practice to only charge a security deposit of 1.5 times the monthly rent. The state of Oregon has some of the most robust tenant protections in the country. Guidance already exists for relocation assistance, no-cause notices, and rent increase limits. If passed, these protections would create new rules for Eugene rentals. This could cause an additional burden on owners, my company, and tenants. For many of my owners, the rental property is their main source of retirement income or retirement plan. The relocation assistant proposed could take money directly from their pockets, akin to taking 3 months of wages. The monthly rental rate for many of the rentals that I manage is currently well below fair market rent established by HUD. My owners appreciate their customers. They want to keep rent affordable. They want to work with tenants. If this ordinance passes, they would be required to pay, in some instances, more than what the tenant currently pays in rent. Thus, we'll need to maximize rent increases for the City of Eugene rentals to be sure that we are at the minimum fair market rent established by HUD, which we are currently far below, of at least 10%. Current state law allows no-cause notices to be given in the first year of tenancy only. This no-cause notice is a vital tool for landlords to use. We often take a chance on applicants not knowing what is going to come after we see them on paper. I've had to use a no-cause notice once. For example, I had a tenant who was extremely aggressive and intimidating toward myself and staff when we'd mention. His home was full of firearms just laying out, and it made my staff and I feel extremely unsafe to enter this unit. Therefore, I could not do the job to the best of my ability. We served a third.
Thank you, Misty. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Aya Cockrum, followed by Celine Swenson Harris.
Dear Mayor Venice, City Council members, and City Manager Maderi, my name is Aya Cockrum. I reside in Ward 1. I am a mom and community organizer. I rented in Eugene for 3 years before becoming a homeowner, something that is increasingly unattainable for my generation. For the sake of the 52% of Eugene's population that are renters, I ask you to pass Eugene's Renter Protections Phase 2. These renter protections, including displacement prevention assistance, are critical to ensuring safety and a sense of security for Eugene's community. In a town with the nation's highest rate of unhoused folks, we have to do more. The intersection between housing justice and the work I do relating to climate justice is clear. As climate change worsens, it will be those in inadequate housing or those that have lost their housing altogether that will be the most impacted by colder winters, sweltering summers, pollution, wildfire smoke, and more. My husband works for the city of Eugene, and last week while working, he had to confirm that an unhoused man found under a bridge was deceased. It is likely the man passed away from exposure during the below freezing temperatures. This is unacceptable. From my own experience, my family rented in Eugene. I experienced discrimination and verbal abuse from my landlord. During the height of the pandemic, we were pushed out of our rental home and were left with just about 30 days to find a new place when I was 7 months pregnant. After this experience, we were committed to buying a home so that we'd never have to experience something like this again. We could only purchase a house because of our privilege, family support, and a lot of luck. Eugene's rental vacancy rate is roughly 2%, and the move-in costs generally 3 times the monthly rent. This makes rehousing difficult and daunting task and leaves folks, especially our most vulnerable, with few or no good options. Everyone deserves safe and secure housing. No one deserves to die alone in the cold. Please prioritize the majority of Eugene residents and support renter protections. Thank you.
Thank you, Aya. Next, we will hear from Celine Swenson Harris, followed by number 88, Chris Wigg.
Good evening, Mayor Venice and Council. For the record, my name is Celine Swenson Harris. I am here this evening in my capacity as chair of the Democratic Party of Lane County. And I am here because housing affordability is a major policy priority for our party, so much so that our members voted to include it in 2 separate planks of our platform, including one action item that specifically calls for relocation assistance. But I'm also here this evening because I want to share my own experience with you. So when I was a renter in Eugene, I experienced 2 no-cause evictions, both of them for reasons that would be acceptable today as landlord reasons. And both times I experienced how difficult it is to find housing in our low vacancy housing market, as well as both times I experienced a significant decrease in my savings in order to afford the expenses of moving. I recognize that as stressful and as difficult as it was both times that I faced those no-cause evictions, I was lucky. I had savings. I had family locally that had stable housing and could have provided me with a place to stay if I hadn't been able to find housing in time. For many people in our community, those things aren't a reality. For many people in our community, rental, having security in their homes, having relocation assistance could be the difference between stable housing and being on the street. So I'm here this evening to urge you to vote yes on the phase 2 protections. Thank you.
Thank you, Celine. Next, we will hear from Chris Wigg, followed by number 89, Brian Kester.
So I'd like to go on the record and say that I agree with everything that the previous speaker just said. And as a former chair of the Democratic Party of Lane County, I remember when we put those things in the platform and that they were robustly, if not unanimously, supported. My name's Chris Wigg. I live in Springfield now, but I was once a Eugene renter, and I was once one of your representatives to the Housing Policy Board who started this process in motion, I think about 5 years ago now. And, you know, I think that we've been here before about renter protections and many other issues where you have a group of folks who come up to this microphone to talk about keeping a roof over their head, and a group who comes up to this microphone who talks about their wallets and their investments. And that when we have on one side the people and on the other side money, Democrats, we know where we are supposed to go, that we side with the people. I think that these displacement prevention assistance is very reasonable. I had the great honor to go with Mayor Venice to Washington, D.C. last week for the United Front trip, and that we told our federal representatives that the top issues in Eugene and Lane County are housing and homelessness. And what better way to address housing and homelessness than by passing this displacement prevention assistance? And I think the speakers who say that this does not address the underlying structural issues are right. That this addresses the issues that are right now keeping the roof over people's heads. and we can continue to work together on those structural issues, and that this coalition of renters and this coalition of Democrats will work with you on that. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight, and it's nice to see you, Mayor, up in the Hollywood Squares.
Thank you, Chris. Next, we will hear from Brian Kester, followed by Steve Coatsworth. Brian, go ahead and unmute.
Hello, thank you for listening to me and having this forum. I've lived here in Eugene, Springfield area for quite a long time. I actually was a graduate at the U of O, and I've been a renter and now a homeowner. I work at Bell Real Estate, and we work with a lot of disadvantaged people and try to help them find housing. We work with a lot of agencies, and I'm surprised we haven't heard from more of those agencies, such as St. Vincent de Paul, Catholic Community Services, Shangri-La, Central Latino Americano, and many others. And I do my best to try to provide housing to people that are disadvantaged. Many of these people are not going to pass our screening criteria. They're not going to find housing unless we make exceptions for them. And one of those exceptions is to increase the deposit. And if you guys limit the deposit, what's going to happen is we're going to deny most, if not a great number of those applicants. So you're not going to help find housing for people. That's not the way to go about doing that. So I find that to be a misplaced idea. As far as the relocation assistance and the 90-day notice, I would agree with the 90-day notice. I'll give you that. I'm okay with that. I know a lot of landlords wouldn't be, but I'm okay with trying to help people, give them more time. And the times that I do give notices, I do give them as much time as possible, oftentimes more than 90 days. Matter of fact, more often than not, more than 90 days, because I want to give them more time to find housing. But the relocation assistance, I agree with several of the previous speakers that create a fund for that. That shouldn't fall upon the individual landlords. That's just penalizing them for wanting to remove tenants that are potentially bad tenants. And I know some of your council members, one rents and one's an owner.
Thank you, Brian. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Steve Coatsworth, followed by Tara Garco.
Well, I live in a rooming house. The room is rather small. As a matter of fact, it's only 2 by 4. And then the landlord raised the rent, and now I'm living in the walls because $1 ain't $1 anymore. I wanted to say a few things. One, that's more important today than it was in 1944 when Tom Glazy wrote it. And if you don't believe me, you can take a few steps across the street to our makeshift daytime warming center and respite center across the street that we used to call the public library. I also wanted to say a thank you to Brian Kester, who's been one of the most reasonable people that I've ever worked with from a property management company. And I think he's really true blue. I wanted to also say that I'm here mostly to talk about the rental assistance for moving. I thank Bell for only increasing my rent by 6.2% rather than the 15 that places like potentially Campus Connections did. And say that, you know, I actually agree with a lot of things that Mr. Farrell said. I just think those should come in phase 5 of these discussions. For now, I think we should keep people in their homes. If I was going to respond to one thing from the ransom note or advertisement or whatever you want to call it that I saw from the rental agencies that was put out, it's about how there's going to be less of a pool of available housing for people. And that's true because we're keeping people in their homes. And then maybe we can have a real discussion about what kinds of housing and how much of it to build in the future when people when we stop this game of, you know, deranged whack-a-mole with us just like going in and out of these different apartments, you know, like if folks are in a stable position, then we can actually figure out how much housing do we actually need? Who can afford it? We're going to go. I also, please, Brian, don't evict me. But also, like, in addition to that, it's like I know that I
Thank you, Steve. Your time is concluded. Next, we will hear from Tara Garco, followed by Lee Boutel.
My God. Hello, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Tara Garco. I'm a renter in Ward 7. And for the last 4 years, I've worked for the Lane County Housing Authority, providing case management to low-income families. And before that, I worked at Laurel Hill Center as a housing navigator, helping folks find housing. I know that you're considering phase 2 of the Eugene renter protections, including DPA, and I urge you to take action and pass them to protect renters like myself and the families I serve. I've spent the last 5 years helping low-income families find and maintain long-term housing, and I've personally seen how poorly these folks can be treated by landlords and housing providers in our community. I've seen them illegally discriminated against for having Section 8 vouchers by landlords that cherry pick applications and then keep application fees. I've seen them forced to give up an approved rental application and application fee because they couldn't come up with the additional $5,000 for a security deposit on top of rent. I've worked with several families in the last few years that have received no-cause evictions, and I've witnessed the severe impact that these no-cause evictions have on low-income individuals and families in a market like ours where affordable housing options are scarce and a single no-cause eviction is a precursor for homelessness. A little earlier, Darren Stone, principal broker at Jennings Group, said that this is an issue of people not knowing their rights or how to advocate for themselves. But thanks to CETA and tenant advocates, they're increasingly aware of their rights. But unfortunately, knowing your rights doesn't keep landlords from violating them. So the Oregon Law Center is inundated with ORS 90 cases, and there are no other legal avenues for low-income tenants to take, and landlords are well aware of that. There are currently 2 people on my caseload living in their cars right now after receiving no-cause evictions. These are people, they're not problem tenants, nor did they violate their lease in any way. The DPA that I urge you to pass today does not apply to for-cause evictions only.
Thank you, Tara. Your time has concluded. Next, we will hear from Lee Boutel, followed by Sandra Bishop. Is Lee in the room? All right, not seeing Lee step forward. Sandra, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sandra Bishop. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I reside in Ward 2. I'm here tonight to speak as an owner of rental property. My husband and I own and rent out property, 5 moderately priced apartments in the JWN neighborhood near downtown Eugene. I'm here tonight to oppose this ordinance and ask that you not squeeze out the small landlords that have been providing reasonably priced rental housing for decades in Eugene. If this proposal passes from the point of view, if it passes as is, from the point of view of a small independent landlord, it's as if your property could be held hostage and you'd be required to pay a ransom to gain back use. If someone in our family has an emergency and we need to house them, we shouldn't have to pay an exorbitant rate of money, such as equivalent to 3 months rent, to gain use of our property again. You're not creating solutions here, you're creating problems. You're also contradicting your own and not listening to, you're contradicting your own housing policy board. There are details here that are too complex to be rushed through. If you go to all the trouble to put these advisory groups together, at least slow down and listen to them when they're advising you on things like the 5%. There are just too many unintended consequences in this measure as is. The council should be creative about this, not coercive. So put something together like a renter's guide and exempt small landlords. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Next, we will hear from Ellen McKean, followed by Austin Fulnagi.
Hello, City Council. For the record, my name is Ellen McCain. I live in Ward 8 in the Churchill neighborhood. I'm a law student at U of O, and I also serve on the board of directors of the Springfield Eugene Tenant Association. I'm here today to speak in favor of Phase 2 renter protections with displacement prevention assistance. I moved to Eugene over 10 years ago to attend my undergrad at U of O. Housing instability adversely affects young people in our community who are trying to get an education and further their careers. I know this from the experience of many friends and peers. Over the years, I've had multiple friends couch surf in my home for extended periods of time after receiving rent increases and no-cost terminations. These periods of instability negatively impacted their mental and physical well-being, and it made it more difficult to build a life here in Eugene. As a board member of the Springfield Eugene Tenant Association, I've also volunteered on our tenant hotline, and I've spoken with dozens of tenants in our community who struggle to navigate housing-related challenges. Our hotline data shows that nearly every day, a household in our community receives a no-cause termination notice, forcing young families, seniors, people with disabilities, and low-income workers to scramble. When a tenant has to move through no fault of their own, the person who stands to profit from that decision should also help with the cost. This is intuitive and speaks to basic fairness. Connecting people with financial assistance when they're displaced prevents homelessness for our most vulnerable community members, and it mitigates the economic consequences to families who are trying to move up the economic ladder here in Eugene. Finally, I'd like to briefly address a recurrent comment from those who oppose these protections that the issue is supply. And I agree that the supply issue and the state's chronic underproduction of housing has contributed to this issue. However, I cannot accept that the only viable business model for housing relies on a landlord's ability to continuously displace vulnerable people without consequence. Please act to protect tenants today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ellen. Before we move on to our final speaker, Austin, I just want to acknowledge that Sarah Werner, Liam Sherlock, and Jennifer Sparks did not reappear in the Zoom queue. Thank you, Austin. Go ahead.
You're that final speaker. No. My name is Austin Folnigy. I am a landlord I'm a new landlord in Ward 7. I moved to the Eugene area and developed and now starting a rental property here. I have 10 years experience being a landlord in the Klamath County area, and I'm actually speaking in support of this. I'm speaking in support of this for several reasons. First off, we need stability in housing, not only for people, but we also need for our workforce. I want to appeal to the city council members who are on the fence about this or maybe oppose this measure, because every time we displace a tenant, we're displacing a worker, an employee within our community. And an already pressed labor shortage and job market right now, we need them to be able to have stable housing and be able to stay within our communities. I've spoken to skilled carpenters, construction workers, service industry workers, and frontline workers who got displaced, and as a result, cannot continue to live in this community because they can't afford the next security deposit while their current security deposit is still being on hold. So we need to do this to protect workers and to continue to allow for a workforce to come into our communities, young families to come into our communities, making sure that our elderly are housed, and also making sure that our homeless youth can get into housing as well. Overall, I see that with this measure, there's plenty of protections that are still in place for landlords. This does not scare me. This does not scare me to continue to invest in this community as a landlord. I look forward to investing in this community and being a part of this community. Overall, I see this as consumer protections that help displace tenants and workers. I see that in Portland, there's been an increase in available housing units since the passing of the slate of renter protections. And overall, this creates a relationship of dignity, justice, and respect between landlords and tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Council President, that was our final speaker for this public hearing.
I can now close the public hearing. Are there comments, questions from council? Councilor Keating.
Thank you, Council President. I'd just like to make a comment that I've made before, but I hope to articulate it better than I have in the past. When I go to the grocery store, I am not going to the food providers. I'm engaging in a financial transaction to feed my family. When I fill up my car, I'm not going to the fossil fuel providers. I'm going to the gas station to get from point A to point B. Similarly, as the only current renter on this esteemed council, I'm engaged in a contract with a local landlord through a rental agency. I am not, from my point of view, in a contract with a housing provider. From my vantage point, housing providers are Homes for Good, Laurel Hill Center, Shelter Care, Catholic Community Charities, or Catholic Community Services, St. Vincent de Paul, Habitat for Humanity. So please, landlords, don't confuse or conflate the issue by continuing to misrepresent yourselves as so-called housing providers. It's as misleading as a full-page ad in the Eugene Weekly that purports that phase 2 protections will cap rents. It won't. And it's as disingenuous, I see it, Council President, as a disingenuous scare tactic to gin up anti-rental reform testimony as we heard tonight. So, landlords, if you're going to continue to use the industry's mythological moniker, housing provider, perhaps tenants should rebrand ourselves as retirement providers or mortgage providers, because by and large, that's what we're helping supply. That being said, I welcome and thank the wide array of voices who presented compelling and thought-provoking testimony tonight. Thank you to tenant advocates, fellow renters, and the responsible local landlords who shared their thoughts this evening. Thank you.
I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. I actually heard compelling points on both sides of this issue. I recognize it's an important issue. I recognize it's an emotional issue. My hope is that we're going to take this and the work that's already been done and go back as a council and through hopefully a work session, we'll be able to dig into this a little deeper. I think we still have more work to do on this before it's ready to go. I'm just citing my opinion as a single counselor, but I do appreciate everybody who was here. And I recognize how important it is that we have rental units in our community. Not everybody can afford to own a house. Not everybody's at that point in life when they can afford to buy and own a house. But at the same time, they need places to live. And so it's important in this symbiotic relationship that we have good relationships as much as we possibly can. And we have places that people can afford to live in. And we have landlords that are able to cover their costs and plus a reasonable profit margin. So with that, I'd like us now to, excuse me, Councilor Ye? Councilor, I'm sorry, I did not see any hands when I first asked.
I didn't decide to speak until after you had first asked.
You may speak.
I want to thank everybody for speaking. As an enormous number of people came, you spoke eloquently from the heart and with intelligence. I also want to thank everybody who emailed us. So many emails. It's very impressive. And again, both sides are being very articulate and I'm getting lots of good information from them. And a big thank you to the huge number of people who actually wrote me their own emails. I read the copy paste, but when it's your own words, like they say in school, use your own words, it makes a difference. So regardless of this subject and the feelings and where we're going to go with it, a big shout out to everybody who participated both here and on email. Keep it up. Thank you.
Okay, before we go on to public forum.
Jennifer.
I thought you were pointing to her. Okay, Jennifer, anybody else?
It's been a long night.
We're gonna take a break.
So I just wanted to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I know it's a long time for us and it's a long time for you to sit and listen to everyone, but everyone was so respectful tonight, which is very much appreciated. I wanted to say I have taken away some really important and items from tonight from both folks who came out in support and those who came out in opposition. Things that I will need to think about a lot when we get back to those work sessions. So I want to thank folks for coming out and just being, like Emily said, very articulate about your needs and your concerns. This was very helpful for me tonight, and I know you'll all continue to stay engaged, and that is how we will do our best work. So thank you for coming tonight.
Okay, with that, I'd like to take a 10-minute break before we move on to public forum. It's been over 3 hours, almost 3.5 hours. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, I was going to say that.
The next item on the agenda tonight is public forum. The public forum is an opportunity for individuals to speak to the city council on any city-related issues except for those items which have already been heard by a hearings official. Staff, can you please share the list and total number of speakers that signed up to speak at the public forum by 5:35 and announce the first speakers?
We have 5 speakers for public forum. First, we will be hearing from Barry Noble, followed by Stefan Streck. I will need just a moment to move Barry over.
Okay, while you're moving him over, please note that the public forum will be limited to 90 minutes, which I don't think will go anywhere near that. If the number of speakers approaches or exceeds the time we have allotted for the forum, we will encourage you to consider abbreviating your remarks. I don't think we need to finish all that.
Stefan's just
I think we're ready. We're ready to go.
Where did Barry go?
Barry. Barry's in. Oh, we got him. If you have signed up to speak via Zoom, please take this time to ensure that your screen name in Zoom matches the first and last name you used to sign up to speak. If your screen name does not match, we cannot promote you to a panelist to speak when it is your turn. Staff will announce 2 speakers' names at a time. If you are providing testimony via Zoom, when it is your turn, we will announce your name and promote you to panelist status, and you can unmute and turn on your camera if you wish. If you are announced as the next speaker and physically in the room, please move to the seat in the front row designated for the next speaker. When it is your turn, you may come to the podium. When you are called to speak, please state your name clearly, and for Eugene residents, your ward or neighborhood if known before beginning your comments. You will have 2 minutes to speak. If you are watching the meeting, the timer should be visible. A yellow light will come on when you have 15 seconds to complete your comments. The red light indicates the end of the 2 minutes. For those who have connected to the meeting via phone and don't have the benefit of seeing the timer, please be aware that your microphone will be muted at the 2-minute mark. Please note that screen sharing or displaying information on the screen is not allowed, and any misuse of the platform or a violation of the council's code of conduct will result in immediate termination of speaking privilege. If you have documents to give council, please place them in the council inbox basket near the podium. All right, first we will hear from Barry Noble.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Barry Noble. I live in the Friendly neighborhood, and I'm speaking in support of people in need of more adequate shelter, whom I call by the acronym PINOMAS, those who are unhoused, in other words. And I first want to thank the city and city staff for all that you've done and are doing for PINOMAS to ensure, as ORS 195-500 says, their, quote, most humane treatment, unquote. And I volunteered for a number of years in various roles with PINOMAS, most recently helping to serve breakfast in Washington Jefferson Park. Several weeks ago, a park neighbor approached me as we served and thanked us for our good work. Then she asked if we could relocate to share the burden that our breakfast imposes on her neighborhood. I understand that the breakfast is no longer allowed to be held in the park. We're on the sidewalk outside the park the last few weeks. And I'm sorry that I didn't have a chance to understand more fully the burdens to which this neighbor alluded. But I do know that the breakfast, which has been providing food for PINOMAS for many years, is a very valuable service for diners, for volunteers, and for our city. And I believe that with your diligent attention and efforts, we can work together to find a way either to address all the concerns and continue serving breakfast in the park, or to find another location that is sheltered from the rain. We saw some of that today. And also accessible to where the diners are. And with your help, we can do this. I ask you, please help us succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barry. Next, we'll hear from Stefan Streck, followed by Thomas Newman.
Well, thank you for running into such a full crowd today. And it means a lot to have everyone really on point. Today's a really special day for me because 10 years ago, today, this morning, I woke up to the news that a really good friend from high school had killed himself. And I know that if he could, he'd be here today. He was a really honest guy and a really solid member of the community. He was really generous and cared about everybody. St. Patrick's Day was his favorite holiday. And I never, ever would have expected that he wouldn't be there. But I know that in many ways, just like so many people out there, he had his own struggle. And there's a lot of people today that are also struggling, really trying their best to be happy after going through just a few years of some of the most interesting and surprising events that nobody could have ever imagined. I don't know what he would have felt about the past couple of years. I really do believe that there's a lot of potential in this city for people to really speak out more about improvements that they've probably been thinking about for a long, long time. I know it takes a lot of time for change to get done at a government level, and I really respect all the work that everyone here has been doing and the time and attention that goes into these meetings. I hope that everybody has a super excellent, fantastic St. Patrick's Day and is safe and makes this city a fun day, a fun place for the day. Thank you all so much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Stefan. Next, we will hear from Thomas Newman, followed by Zach Mulholland.
Thomas Newman, Ward 2. If we're going to expand urban reserves around the city and eventually expand the urban growth boundary, we need to focus on building more middle housing / high density housing instead of building more expensive single family housing. I don't mind expanding the urban reserves or the urban growth boundary, but we need to make sure that we're actually building actual affordable, dense housing that is and that is better for the climate and generates more property tax revenue per acreage of land. Single family housing is none of this, and it is really hard to serve the public with that kind of housing with public transportation and bike infrastructure. I do support upgrading the airport in stages. And on an unrelated note, we need to find a way to help people on fixed incomes live here. For example, renters at the Eugene Hotel that were evicted with no cause evictions. They are not bad people. I think it's disgusting how some of these landlords were implying renters are unintelligent and mocking them as tenants. It is not right to own anything. It is a privilege. Ask renters who own nothing. Everyone, no matter what their income is, has an important job in Eugene. These renters often do the menial but vital jobs that service all of us in Eugene. And we need to make sure we take care of them so you can have your damn coffee. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Next, we will hear from Zach Mulholland, followed by our final speaker for Public Forum, Don Hetty.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Zach Mulholland. I am a member of the city's budget committee, though I am speaking on my own behalf tonight. I watched the council's discussion of a potential revenue committee recently. I was hoping it was going to be on the agenda tonight, but of course it's not. I think that there are many things that we need to concentrate on and that we have programs and plans that are actionable that we need to move forward on. So I would hope that we can quickly identify the cuts that we would like to try and avoid so that we can try and raise revenue to avoid the worst potential cuts. I would like to make sure that we are fully funding the TAC report. It seems like that is an obvious place to start for our homelessness work. And in the CAP 2.0, there's literally dozens of unfunded actions in the CAP 2.0 that we could be taking action on. I hope that we can find a subset of those that we can concentrate on and have some positive forward momentum in action. And just thank you so much for your time and for considering revenue and what we can do to avoid the worst cuts and invest in our priorities. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Zach. Next, we will hear from our final speaker for Public Forum, Don Hetty.
Good evening again. Don Hetty, Ward 7. Hi, folks. You know, I've gotten to know you guys pretty well. Really have. I don't think I've missed a meeting. If I'm not here, I'm online. That's a fact, because I care about my city and I know you guys care about it. This is some comments that I've been wanting to make since I first got involved in this back in late summer, early fall. Mend, not rend. That's a full sentence. Mend, not rend. Because things are rent. Isn't that interesting how the English language works? I have a care. I care about my cares. See, it's a noun and a verb. And I just like to bring that up because we have a litmus test coming up in May in my ward. Lindsay, hang up job. Very, very glad you got the position. And you know what? We got work to do in my ward. I spoke a little bit about just kind of the general things. You know, this bears. The manager of my apartment moved out because of the livability issue. That apartment is going to rent for $175 more than what I currently pay. See, I ran out of time to include that, but see, it's not about that. It's about mending and moving forward as a community. And you'll hear more about me on that theme in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Council President, that was our final speaker for public forum.
Thank the 5 people who did speak and raise their voice. It's an important part of the process. And now, are there any comments from the City Council? Councilor Evans.
I just want to note, Mr. Streck, while I do bear a slight resemblance to Councilor Zelenka, he and I are not related. So just note that.
Greg's my better looking cousin.
Or a different mother.
All right. Anybody else have comments on council? Okay, we'll move on to our next public hearing. And this is capital improvement program. I will now open a public hearing on a 2023 to 2029 capital improvement program. City Manager, would you please introduce the topic?
2029 capital improvement program for the city of Eugene. The budget committee met to review the proposed CIP on February 15th. In that meeting, they voted unanimously to recommend that council adopt the CIP as presented with no amendments. The 2023 through 2029 CIP requests a total of $310.7 million for capital projects over the next 6 years. The first 2 years of the CIP serves as the basis for the 2023 through 2025 biennial capital budget at approximately $155.2 million.
Thank you, City Manager. Council Clark, do you have a question?
I do. I didn't ask it the other day during the CIP meeting, and I'd love to do that today. During a previous meeting, trying to think who it was on our staff. I want to say Heather, maybe, mentioned that 48% of our buildable land supply isn't served well enough with utilities in order to do that. And I know how hard the manager and staff has been working to address that. How much of that 48% is covered in the CIP to be able to do that work?
The specific percentage for that of the 48, whatever the number is, I would say that, no, I would say that we're serving in the CIP. We have, and if the public works director is on here or Denny wants to mention it, we're anticipating the serving of Crow Road. So the residential area out West 11th that we brought into the UGB. So that's area, and I don't know what the percent of it is, but it is a it is built into the CIP.
But not Clear Lake?
Clear Lake is in there too, because that's also one of our legislative priorities. Yeah.
Public Works Director, looks like he just
If
came.
he's there, that'd be
There's
great.
Matt.
Oh, I can't see that because we can't. see the-
I'm asking the hard question. Sorry, man.
I just reinforce what Sarah says. So we do have extension of wastewater service to the Crow Road area, and we can provide information back to you on, you know, what area that actually will serve, and we have some estimates of what that could serve as far as housing and industrial development. The Clear Lake area is not in the CIP, but as Sarah said, it's part of our legislative priority and something that we are, you know, engaging to look for funding on the state level to support.
Well, by the time we get to end of, you know, June-ish, we get to, or it's far enough along through the legislative summer where we know where bills are going and where we are. I just want to have some follow-up on information on what percent, and that's my specific question, what percent of that 48% of buildable lands, or half of the stuff we got, can be served now in the same sort of reference that Heather made at the time?
Got it.
Appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
We can work with
Or
our team.
that
to-
we have funding planned in order to build. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead with the public hearing. I'm not going to read through the script here since we only have one person.
Yes, we have one speaker for the final public hearing of the night, and that is Stefan Streck. Stefan, as a reminder, you have 2 minutes.
I appreciate that. Well, excellent timing. This has actually been a subject that's been on my mind for a while, is how to improve the capital projects. Main agenda, just my suggestion, is cobblestone streets. I know it's a little bit different from what many people might suggest, but if you think about great cities all over the world and fun public spaces, you've got cobblestone. And I think Eugene has people that also value positive aesthetic in this way. I think that we can make good use of local quarries and really bring that rustic presentation that brings in capital that really drives a community to be as successful as it can possibly be, whether it's anywhere famous in Europe, Rome, Paris, London. They've got one thing in common, and it can't just be an accident that all these great capital cities are built on cobblestone roads. Positively reflect on that and recall that there is time to make more improvements. And thank you all for listening to my suggestion. I won't spend too much more time on this because I think that there's time to talk about this in the future. My name is Stefan Streck. Thank you for having me tonight. Wonderful. Yep.
Thank you, Stefan. Council President, that was our final speaker.
Thank you, and thank you, Stefan. Colleagues, any comments? Going, gone. All right. I close the public hearing and let's move on to item 7.
You ready for a vote? I have a motion.
Oh, we
On the
did,
CIP?
excuse me.
Yeah.
There, I missed it. I need a keeper up here.
Or coffee.
CIP, yeah. Thank you,
Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. I move to adopt the proposed 2023-2029 capital improvement program as recommended by the Budget Committee.
It's Alan's job to second it.
Okay.
He's the oldest.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
And here's Mike.
Councilor Zelinka, I can't see.
Oh, yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Excellent. Okay, we are on to item 7, an ordinance concerning Budget Committee term, amending sections 2.013 and 2.604 of the Eugene Code. Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. I move to adopt an ordinance concerning budget committee term and amending sections 2.013 and 2.604 of the Eugene City Code 1971.
We have a second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
What?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion carries 7-1.
Just gonna
Item 8.
amend for 2 years. Okay.
Oh,
Urban renewal.
very good. I haven't quite gotten that far yet, but I now close the Eugene City Council meeting and open the
Meeting of the
et cetera, the Urban Renewal Agency. Sorry, I just went blank there for a minute.
doing good, brother. It's late.
And this.
Second.
So anyway, this is ownership transfer of Farmers Market Pavilion and Plaza. City Manager, did you have any comments on that?
I can say a couple of things. You know, transferring the ownership of the pavilion property from the agency to the city once construction was completed has been the intent since we acquired this property from Lane County. Under city ownership, the Cultural Services Division can implement policies and fee structures to open the pavilion to community events, more community events. The transfer will also ensure revenue from event rentals will be allocated to the city for operations and programming rather than directed to the Urban Renewal Agency. And just as kind of a fun fact, since construction, the Lane County Farmers Market has held 50 market days with 120 vendors and approximately 9,000 attendees at each market during peak season. And the successes led them to pilot a night market. Cultural Services has partnered on 25 events serving over 4,000 community members, and since January has received 55 inquiries to use the space.
Thank you. And comments or questions from council? I see Mike Clark wants to.
Yes.
Clark wants to speak.
This has been, and I speak carefully here because one of my colleagues is maybe more of a history expert, or at least surrounded with it regularly than me. The county is the owner of that property, and the place where that location has been used for that for, 100 years has been charged with kind of the responsibility for keeping the history of Eugene's farmers market, and that flows to us now. Or is that something we're addressing in any way? I think that's actually kind of important.
Well, I think when the Urban Renewal Agency purchased the property, that was already imagined, and we had some agreements about how we capture the history. But in terms of the Lane County Farmers Market and how that gets managed, that's been anticipated since day one.
I just don't want us to lose anything in, that we didn't think of while going through this kind of transfer from one entity, kind of mostly being oversight, to another through time, that, somebody later is going to say, how did we ever lose this or that, or the information on what happened there, So I just bring it up. It's more of a point I wanted to raise than a sincere,
And I can follow up with you, make sure I'm understanding completely,
Okay.
so we capture that.
Thank you. Any other counselors have comments or questions? Councilor Keating.
I'll be ever so brief. After our budget workshop on Saturday, I found myself afterwards going downtown to get a haircut, saw an art show, and found myself at the Farmers Market Pavilion. It's awesome. I love it. The energy and the activity is super cool to see. I'd love us to explore using the space beyond the farmers market use while still celebrating and highlighting that history. There really has been a lack of a centralized location back in the days. You all may remember we used to gather Republicans, Democrats, Independents, non-affiliated voters, everyone in between at the Lane County Event Center on election day. You remember that, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
I think the Farmers Market Pavilion provides a really cool opportunity for just election central activity in the years to come. But I'm looking forward to making a motion. I just wanted to go on record and underscore my enthusiasm about that space.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other counselors with comments or questions. So with that, Council Vice President, do you have a motion?
I do, thank you. In my role as agency vice president, I move to direct the agency director to take the actions necessary to facilitate the transfer of ownership of the pavilion property from the Urban Renewal Agency to the city of Eugene for no consideration.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Okay, it passes unanimously.
Sorry to wake you, Alan. I apologize.
Okay, with that, I'm going to adjourn the Urban Renewal Agency meeting and we are done for the night.
Thank you so much.